All right, guys, welcome back to Press X Podcast, or PXP for short. That's right, I'm bringing Press X Podcast back. This is something we talked about not too long ago, and I kind of asked you guys how you felt about it. Is it something maybe you wanted to see return? And a lot of you guys seemed pretty pumped about it. Definitely something you wanted or would like to see. Press X Box Podcast. No, as you can see, the X, it is the DualSense, although Sony doesn't actually call it an X. Apparently it's a cross, but no, it's still mainly a PlayStation focused podcast. But of course, we're going to cover other things happening throughout the gaming industry as well. But in an effort to kind of streamline the show and the streams, I'm going to just brand all of them as Press X Podcast going forward. So, yeah, there is also a podcast section on YouTube now. I guess they kind of integrated like the regular YouTube content, or the streams, I should say, with their music app. So now there's like a whole separate category, but they can both exist on both apps. So, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. Press X Podcast is back. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. Not much is really going to change, honestly. Although I will say I'm looking to get a little bit more organized. Press Cross Podcast. I guess that's technically what it would be called. But thank you guys so much for being here. I see that I have some supporters right off the bat here, which I'm going to acknowledge momentarily. I do just want to let everybody know that I put a poll out. I'm going to try to do these more often as well with the chat, where I'm asking you guys whether or not you liked the first Metal Gear Solid Delta gameplay trailer. We're going to be talking a lot about Metal Gear over the course of this stream. I'm actually very much looking forward to it. So be sure to vote on that poll, and we'll come back to it towards the end of the stream. And before I go over the topics that we're going to be discussing today, I want to give a massive shout out to Dark Horse. Dark Horse came in and gifted 10 channel memberships before I even came on camera. So let's get some W's in the chat for Dark Horse, just immediately getting us off to a great start when it comes to channel memberships and gifting. Dark Horse, big shout out to you, man. I got to give you a thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
And I'm going to add that to the counter here. And I also have a $20 super chat, which is very generous, from ACM. And he says, to quote Vin Diesel, "I love you guys." So really appreciate that, ACM. That's very kind of you. And certainly a thing that Vin Diesel, I'm sure, has said. So thank you for quoting Vin Diesel, man. And thank you for the super chat. And this is a good opportunity for me to just kind of let you guys know some ways you can support the channel, the stream. As you can see, membership gifting is a big thing. I do members only content every single week. So if you're at all interested in that, consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive emojis as well that you can use in the chat and in the comment section. If you are already a channel member, or even if you were gifted a membership, you can gift a membership yourself. It's a big thing we do here on the channel. As you can see, Dark Horse is out here getting us off to a great start. Great way to support the channel as well as the community. So really appreciate all the support you guys show. And if you are not into the whole membership thing, there's also super chats, as you can see, ACM here. And we also have Harlem PS Gamer with a $5 donation as well, which is awesome to see. So thank you guys, really, for all of the support. It means everything. Without that support, there simply wouldn't be any content. And I sure do love doing this. So big shout out to you guys. But I'm going to give you a rundown of some of the topics that we're going to be discussing over the course of the show today. The first topic, and this is something I'm actually very excited to talk to you guys about, is the, as you can see, first gameplay of Metal Gear Solid Delta. This was revealed kind of randomly by Konami during the, I don't know, what are they calling it? The Xbox Xbox Partner Showcase, I think is what they're labeling it, where it's kind of, it almost seems like a state of play that Microsoft is doing, except it's just purely focused on third-party games, which I guess sometimes Sony does do state of plays like that as well, but they make it clear saying it's like their partner preview event. And I thought it was pretty interesting. I saw some people kind of getting excited about it, and I didn't really think much of it because some of the games that they said were going to be there, like Alan Wake 2, I was like, well, okay, yeah, I mean, it's cool that they're doing that, but I think I'm good. And then I found out that Metal Gear Solid Delta showed up, and that immediately caught my attention. I was like, whoa, hold on now. MGS, that is quite unexpected. And yeah, I definitely want to give my thoughts on this. We have Domingo813 saying, does the hat still say on it, the Press X podcast? Did I ever have, dude, Domingo, I don't think I ever had a hat that said Press X podcast, unless I'm misreading what you're saying here. The only thing I ever really had was, I think, a shirt and a hoodie and a mug. So no, I mean, maybe that's something I should look into, though. You know, if I'm going to stick with this, if we're really bringing back Press X podcast, I'm going to have to start marketing it, right? We're going to have to start getting it out there, do some merch and whatnot. I should be wearing a hat that says Press X podcast. Fred Vance says, Mrs. MBG, you should run in and grab his hat off. Man, that would be a hell of a way to do a head reveal, right? We'll get there. Oh, a forehead tattoo. Is that what you're asking, Domingo? Do I have a tattoo of Press X podcast underneath my hat? Is that why I never take it off? I guess we'll find out eventually, won't we? We will find out. But yeah, we're going to be talking about Metal Gear. Another topic we're going to be discussing over the course of today's episode is the PlayStation 5 Slim, specifically the digital model and the detachable disk drive. There's a bit of controversy surrounding this because apparently it's been revealed that the detachable disk drive requires a one-time internet connection. Like, you have to connect it to the internet one time in order to set it up, which is, as you can tell, causing some controversy. And I figured we could talk a little bit about that. There's also a new PlayStation 5 update out, which we'll go over and discuss. We are going to be talking a little bit more about Spider-Man 2, nothing spoiler related. I'm going to be doing my spoiler cast probably tomorrow. So I will let everybody know, if you have completed Spider-Man 2, please show up to the stream tomorrow because we're going to be talking all about it. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't platinum it yet, but I'm pretty close, and I definitely want to talk about some of the things that I experienced in the game. We're also going to be talking about Alan Wake 2. Okay, Alan Wake 2 is a game that I'm very excited for. It's releasing tomorrow, and the reviews are out, and it seems like we may have yet another Game of the Year contender on our hands, which is just crazy to think. You know, we're about to enter November, and we still have Game of the Year level games releasing, which is, yeah, this year has been absolutely insane. So we have quite a bit to talk about today. You're saying the days of gaming without an internet connection are over. Sad but true. It seems that way, at least for the overwhelming majority of people. All right, so I have Oliver, who's been a member for 6 months, so I really appreciate that, man. He says, bought the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection on PS5 and started with 1. It looks like shit, but the nostalgia kicks in hard. I'm shocked how much I remember from 20 plus years ago. GOAT IP. I agree with that. Metal Gear Solid is a GOAT IP, and that's kind of why I'm still struggling. I want to buy the Metal Gear Solid collection, but I'm still playing Spider-Man, and I'm about to play Alan Wake 2, and I feel like if I were to buy the collection right now, it would just kind of sit there. Although I don't know that I would have a problem with that. I feel like it's a game I would like to collect, but I have been hearing some negative things about it. But that's kind of the whole idea with this collection, right? You're saying that it does look like shit, but it's really the nostalgia factor that's hitting you like a ton of bricks. And I've been kind of seeing different people's reactions, and it seems like a lot of people who were excited for this are basically saying that they don't care at all about like 4K resolution. They don't care. They don't even really care that the minimal amount of effort really went into this, because it's just being able to buy this collection on modern consoles or on PC and enjoy them again. And it is kind of strange to think that, yeah, I mean, it feels like we've almost went I don't know if it's been 2 generations exactly, but it feels like it's pretty close to it without these games being really easily accessible across the board. So, yeah, we actually have a little bit more to talk about when it comes to the Metal Gear Solid collection as well, because it seems that there is more evidence that there's going to be a Volume 2, which isn't necessarily the most surprising thing. But Exley is saying, but we shouldn't support a lazy conversion, or that's what we'll get in the future. It is a tough one, actually. I do agree with that. I mean, this is why I'm excited to talk about the Metal Gear Solid gameplay, which I'm actually going to bring up on screen here. So give me a second. Nope, that was, I don't know why that's there. That's not what I meant to bring up. That was a screenshot of Spider-Man 2's Metascore. I thought I got rid of that. But yeah, I want to talk about this a bit, because as I said, this just came out of nowhere, and I got like super hyped yesterday out of nowhere when I randomly came across this, because at first I thought like I didn't know what exactly I was looking at first, because it just dropped. Like, I'm just scrolling through my feed and it's just like Metal Gear Solid Delta gameplay. I think I saw it from like IGN, and I was like, what? Like, is this old? Is this new? And I was watching this and I'm like, no way. This is actually new gameplay, a new trailer. Now, granted, the actual gameplay they show, as you can see, is relatively minimal. And I will let you know, in this video you're watching, there's also a comparison video that somebody made, where they're comparing what Delta looks like to the original Metal Gear Solid 3. And I'm just, I won't lie to you guys, man. This is just kind of, it got me, you know? I already had very high expectations for Metal Gear Solid, any kind of Metal Gear Solid remake. But Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of my favorite games of all time, hands down. And there's a lot of nervousness, I think, surrounding the way Konami is handling, or is going to handle, the revival of one of the most beloved game series of all time. I have to admit, I'm nervous about it myself. Konami's made some pretty significant mistakes in the past, and even with the Metal Gear Solid collection, as we have been talking about, it seems like they're still struggling a bit. They're still not necessarily treating it the way some people expect them to treat it. And even with this Metal Gear Solid remake gameplay, or the first gameplay trailer that we've seen, I have seen some people complaining or expressing that it just doesn't look like, there are certain things that look off about it to them. And I figured we could talk about this. Sean Mitchell, a member for 6 months. Appreciate that, bud. You're saying, got Metal Gear Solid Collection for the Switch MBG. It will be getting my full attention after Spider-Man 2. Gamers are eating good this month. Well, I'm happy to hear that, man. I hope you enjoy it. I mean, it's a pretty great back-to-back experience, Spider-Man 2, and then diving headfirst into some of the greatest games ever made with Metal Gear Solid 1 through 3. So I hope you enjoy it, and I'm in agreement, man. October has been a hell of a year. I almost said a hell of a year. It has been a hell of a year, but it's been a hell of a month for games, and it's still not over. It's still not over, as we're going to talk about later with Alan Wake. So enjoy, man. You'll have to tell me your thoughts on the Switch version when you play it. Actually says the 3 big new releases, Spider-Man 2, Metal Gear Solid Collection, and Alan Wake 2, are very disappointing to me for very different reasons. Kind of bummed. Really, actually. I'm sad to hear that, man. I'm sad to hear that, because I feel like I feel like the only I think I can figure out why you're disappointed in Spider-Man 2 or some aspects of it. I think I can figure that out. I think I can figure out why you're disappointed in the Metal Gear Solid collection. But my question, I guess, would have to be with maybe Alan Wake, because I don't know. Alan Wake looks it looks really good from everything I've seen. There isn't anything about this game that I've seen that's made me feel like, And I was kind of curious when the reviews came out. This is one of those games where I was interested to see if the reviews would line up with what I'm seeing, which is, to me, this looks like it could easily be like a 9 out of 10 game, or even a 10 out of 10 game. And then the reviews came out, and it's like, yep, that's pretty much what it is. But, oh, yeah. True. Are there performance issues, actually? I did see that Digital Foundry drop their performance review of it, which I'll probably watch a little bit later. But I almost forgot no physical release. How quickly I forget, man. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people saying that they're not really going to pick up Alan Wake 2 because of that. And I can't argue with them. You know, it's like, yeah, if you're a physical games collector, I get it. Will I play Hogwarts Legacy soon? I did play Hogwarts Legacy. It was very good. It was very good. It was everything I expected it to be. Like, I'm not the biggest Harry Potter fan, but it was a great experience, and it lived up to the hype from what I played of it and from what I can tell. So I wonder if it's going to win any awards at the Game Awards. But yeah, getting back to Metal Gear Solid here, guys. So the one thing we really can't tell with this new trailer from Konami for Metal Gear Solid Delta, we cannot tell if they've made any gameplay changes. And it seems based off of the footage we're looking at right here, they've made some very subtle changes, mainly with the animations. Like, for example, when Snake goes up against the tree there, you can kind of see how back with the original version, it was just, he kind of snapped onto the tree. Like, his back just snapped onto the tree. And was very instantaneous, very minimal animation. To whereas what you can see here, he kind of slowly maneuvers himself to lean up against it in a much more natural way. And even when he goes to lay down in the tall grass, I did notice that they seem to have taken the Metal Gear Solid 5 animations and put them into this game. And I think that these are actually really good changes that make perfect sense for this game, because that is one of the things I can tell you about Metal Gear Solid 3 if you play it in the collection, or if you go back and play it on PS2. It is a pretty clunky game in some ways. And I did kind of have this fear that if they're going to do a 1-to-1 remake, that they weren't going to change anything. I mean, anything at all, gameplay-wise. And I thought that would have been a mistake, because it's like, I mean, there are just certain aspects of this game that no matter how much of a masterpiece it is kind of outdated. And I think most people would agree with that. Now, they did show aiming in first person. And the one thing I'm really interested in seeing with this that they still haven't revealed is if they added over-the-shoulder aiming or not. I'm getting the feeling that they didn't, because if they did, I feel like they would have shown it in this new gameplay trailer as something that kind of stand out. But let's talk about the graphics for a minute here. It's been confirmed that Metal Gear Solid Delta is running on Unreal Engine 5. And this is interesting because I don't know that it's a remake, but when Konami did the Metal Gear Solid 3 Pachinko, it basically was a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, but you could only play it through a pachinko machine. It never got released on consoles or anything like that. And that was done in the Fox engine. And it looked amazing. And I really thought that if Konami was going to make Metal Gear Solid 3, they would have just taken everything they did with the Fox engine for the pachinko machine and basically work on that and say, we'll just use this and, port it over to consoles and make changes that we have to make. But they decided to go with Unreal Engine 5. And I mean, I'm looking at this, and my initial gut reaction as I'm watching this gameplay trailer is it looks phenomenal. Like, this looks incredible to me. You're saying the colors are off, Space Wolf. So I did see somebody on Twitter talk about this where they were showing screenshots of, the original Metal Gear Solid 3 and screenshots of this remake, and they were saying that there's been a major change to the art style and the color palette. And that, to me, is obvious. Like, yes, that is true. There is a major change. They were pointing out that in the original game, everything was kind of meant to look a little bit hazy and have this kind of like green haze to it. And they were saying that this was not due to a technical limitation. This was actually a design, like an artistic, stylized choice. And I get that. I do. And I feel like that is what makes Metal Gear Solid 3 in a way unique, is you kind of remember that color palette. You remember the way it looked, each area. And thinking about it and looking at it and seeing it kind of always did have that greenish tint to it, that haze, that greenish haze. However, that doesn't make me feel bad about what we're seeing here, because it seems to me what they're going for with the remake is realism, is they're trying to make everything look as true to life as they possibly can. And I definitely understand that some people feel that in doing that, it's going to lose some of its charm. It's going to potentially lose, some of that unique look to it, really, that only that game had. I totally get that. I have a $10 super chat here from PS Gamer, which really appreciate that, bud. You're saying about to finish Spider-Man 2 in Platinum. It exceeded my expectations in every single way, and about to start Alan Wake 2. Was a year, by the way. MGS3 looks sick. Biggest MGS fan here. Not sure why people are hating on it. Well, first off, man, I'm happy to hear that you're about to platinum Spider-Man 2 and it lived up to your expectations. I'm definitely going to do a deep dive into my thoughts on Spider-Man 2 tomorrow during the spoiler cast, because I have a lot I want to say about the story, and there's a lot more I want to say about the game in general, since I've played a lot more of it since the last time we discussed it. You're saying you're a big MGS fan and you're not sure why people are hating on the MGS3 remake. Well, I'll be honest with you, man. I kind of noticed recently that there seems to be just this kind of uneasiness on the internet anymore. Just this kind of agitation on the internet in general. I think it's all around, but it's also in the gaming, on the gaming side of it as well, where it just seems like no matter what we get, like no matter what game it is, no matter how good it may be, or it just doesn't matter. Like there's just always this kind of vocal group that has something to say, where it's like, let me tell you why there's a big problem here. And I get that, because it's like, yeah, there are problems with everything. And I don't even think there's anything wrong with being nitpicky at times if you want, because, you're just getting in the weeds of it. But it does seem like it's amplified a bit recently with almost all things. And I don't quite understand it, where it's just like, maybe it just has to do with, we're getting a lot of sequels, we're getting a lot of games being made that are based off of intellectual properties that already exist. It could be a lot of that. But for me personally, what I'm seeing with Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, I think it looks incredible. I do. I did see some people letting me know that this is in-engine. It's probably going to look way downgraded when we see it. I think some people believe because this was shown off at the Xbox preview event that this is an Xbox Series X version. It could be. I think that's unlikely. It's from what I'm seeing here, this very likely is a high-end PC version that we're looking at because they want to show it off. You know, they want it to look as good as it possibly can. And I guess my hope is that they wouldn't really show something off here that looks nothing like the final product, right? I mean, maybe the resolution will be slightly lower or something like that. Maybe it won't look as crisp, but I think this looks awesome. I am somebody who has been eagerly anticipating Konami doing a proper remake of Metal Gear Solid, and they chose to do it with Metal Gear Solid 3, which I think is a great place to start. And to me, Metal Gear Solid 3 is a great starting point, not only from the story perspective, because it's where everything actually begins. You know, it's young Big Boss. And I got to say, the updated model of Big Boss here that they're showing looks awesome. I mean, it's just really cool to see this where we've never really seen the Metal Gear Solid 3 version of Snake, of, you know, Big Boss, kind of in this fidelity. Again, the closest thing we got was the pachinko machine, but even then, it didn't necessarily feel quite right. It's awesome, man. The environments look stunning. I don't have a problem with them changing the color palette because I feel like them choosing to go with photorealism is actually, in a way, it does get me more excited because it's like, okay, there isn't that greenish haze anymore. And maybe they could add a filter. I do want to mention this. This would be, I think, a great thing for Konami, or at least the developers, to kind of listen to the fans, where if this is the style that they want to go for, a more realistic color palette to kind of match the updated graphics, I think that's fine. What they maybe should do is consider adding a filter, right? Like a classic Metal Gear Solid 3 filter that you can toggle on or off to give it that look. I don't think that would be too difficult. I mean, at least I imagine it wouldn't. But, you know, this is a remake that I want to see succeed. I know that there's always this talk about, are we getting too many remakes? Well, maybe. Maybe we are. But for me, Metal Gear deserves this. It does. It deserves to be brought up to look its absolute best and to have some subtle, slight gameplay changes made to it so a new generation of gamers can play it, right? I mean, it is maybe a little bit surprising that this was shown off at the Xbox show and not the PlayStation show, but I actually think this is a good thing because to me, this is an opportunity for Konami to prove they can handle this IP without Kojima with respect. I feel like maybe the Metal Gear Solid collection isn't off to the best start for reasons we've already discussed. But to me, this is way more important than the Metal Gear Solid collection. You know, you want to do some ports, you do minimal effort, you're just kind of bringing them over, fine. That's one thing. You're going to remake a legendary game, one of the greatest video games ever created. You have to treat it right. You have to make sure you treat it with the respect it deserves. And again, I'm just sitting here watching the trailer on loop here, and I'm not seeing anything here. And I say this as a fan, like as somebody who absolutely cares about this IP. I'm not seeing anything here that makes me take a step back and go, oh no. Uh-oh. I'm not. Everything I'm seeing looks like, wow, this is kind of exactly what I would have expected. This level of fidelity, everything looks so realistic now. It looks great, dude. And I did see some people asking about the voiceovers and the voice acting. It has already been confirmed that they are not touching the voiceovers. So what you hear, everything you hear in Metal Gear Solid 3 right now, if you boot it up on the collection or on other consoles, that's what you're going to hear in this game, at least when it comes to the voice acting. I think that, again, this is where I feel like they're being smart about it, because David Hayter's Snake, look, their performances were great. I think every voice actor's performance in Metal Gear Solid 3 holds up today. I mean, you could maybe make it, I don't know if there are like some jokes in there or something that maybe don't hold up. I'm not sure. I don't remember every single aspect, because I did see some people saying that they feel like, you know, they do need to update the voiceovers and the voice acting. I disagree. I think they're doing it the right way. It seems to me like basically what this remake is ultimately going to be is it's going to have cutting edge graphics, and because they're not making any major gameplay changes, it seems like they're going to be able to push the graphics pretty far, like the graphical fidelity. That's kind of what I'm getting here from this. And everything else, except for maybe some updated animations, are going to stay the same. I think that animation work could be a big game changer. In my biggest fear, like I said, not to sound overly redundant here, but my biggest fear is that I get this Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta remake and it looks superb. It's like one of the best looking games I've ever seen, and I'm just in my glory where I'm like, this is amazing. They keep the voice acting the same as it should be, right? And then my fear is, as I'm going to play it, it just feels like an old game. It just feels clunky, right? Like that would be my biggest fear. But if they do some good work with the animations, that could be a major game changer in how it feels to play the game while maintaining the general gameplay. And we have Exley 3000. Exley coming in and dropping 5 more membership gifts for the channel, for the community. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Exley 3000, a legend that always shows up here during the streams and is always showing incredible support for the channel and for the community. So Exley, thank you so much for keeping this membership train going today. You bring us up to 15 members on the day, which is awesome to see. So very much appreciate that. And we also have a $5 super chat here from Dark Horse, who says, hey, yo, MBG, did you see Christopher Dring's tweet? There was some double counting of sales. I think I did come across that, and I read it pretty quickly. And my takeaway from it is that, unless I misread it, that Spider-Man actually performed better, at least for the sales data that they were counting, than they originally reported, which, again, that's just kind of my initial read on it. I could have misread it, but it just seems to me that, generally speaking, Spider-Man 2 is performing really well, certainly very well physically in the UK, but the one thing that you're saying it's actually less. Yeah, this is what, maybe I'll go check it out. Maybe I did misread it, because I scrolled through it pretty quickly. Christopher Dring. Let me check here really quickly. Okay, so he says 4 hours ago there was some double counting of Spider-Man 2 physical sales in the UK charts this week, which means we've updated the story. It's now not the biggest Oh, okay. Yeah, so I misread that. It's now not the biggest PS5 launch of the year. Hogwarts Legacy is, and sales were lower than previously reported, still well ahead of Mario. He continues by saying, so digital was very strong for Spider-Man 2 in the UK. I can say more with the monthly charts story next month. The game gets very close to God of War Ragnarok and the original Spider-Man. Hogwarts Legacy still the biggest PS5 launch of the year. So, wow. I have to say, that is kind of shocking. It's a little bit shocking. I mean, is it I don't know. Spider-Man 2 up against Hogwarts Legacy. I mean, this is one market. It's the UK. Yeah, that's kind of why I took a step back. You're saying, is that a surprise? Hogwarts, a big launch in the UK. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is huge. It seems like it seems like when it's all said and done, it's going to be the best selling game of the year. I wonder if Call of Duty is going to outsell it, which is crazy to think because it's like, I don't know. I mean, you would think the answer is automatically yes, it's Call of Duty, but Hogwarts seems to have some serious sales potential behind it. Jay Shako, that is correct. Hogwarts Legacy is multi-platform, but Christopher Drink says here, at least in the UK, it's still the biggest PS5 launch. So we'll have to see what ends up happening with Spider-Man 2 sales, because I feel like one of two things is going to happen with Spider-Man 2. Either sales are actually going to slow down and somehow, some way, it ends up selling less than the first game or God of War or than anticipated, or it's the opposite and they're actually going to pick up or have a steady cadence going forward. Again, this is the UK. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how popular Spider-Man is in the UK. All I do know is that it seems to be doing very well for Sony. They said it's the fastest selling PlayStation studio title ever within the first 24 hours. So yeah, it just seems like maybe gamesindustry.biz, they messed up with the way that they counted it. What's very interesting to me, though, is they're saying digitally Spider-Man 2 gets very close to God of War Ragnarok. That is that to me is shocking, more so than Hogwarts Legacy. Spider-Man 2, I don't know what to make of this. I don't know if this means God of War is just that popular in the UK. It's just that big of an IP in the UK where even Spider-Man 2 is struggling to, not struggling, that's the wrong word, but it's still behind it. I would have thought that Spider-Man 2 would have just blew past God of War Ragnarok. So if anything, maybe this just speaks to the strength of Sony's own IP with God of War here. But either way, they're both doing very good. And I think that's kind of the important thing to focus on is Dark Horse, you're asking Spider-Man 2, should it have done better? We'll never know. I wish I could answer that question. And yeah, and that's the thing. We don't know, again, what type of legs these games are going to have. I'm going to make an assumption, and that assumption is that Spider-Man 2 will sell better over the next 2 to 3 years than God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West, because it's Spider-Man. I feel like it just has much more broad appeal, and it is in a way more appealing to the casual audience. And I feel like the casual audience is more likely to just wait a little while, where it's like, oh, it's out, I'll get to it. Whenever I get a PS5, I'll buy it. Saying they're waiting for a sale, that could be a possibility as well. That could also be a possibility. But when it comes to whether or not Spider-Man 2 should have sold better, I have no idea. I would need to know what Sony's internal expectations are. I'm in agreement with what Jay Shako is saying here. He says 2.5 million in 24 hours is a new record and a top tier launch. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, we can ask the question if it wasn't as much as Sony expected. Like, should it have done better? I don't know. I don't know if Sony expected 3 million in the first 24 hours. None of us will know. But what I do know, like I said, is they're out here celebrating a sales record faster than any time I've seen them do so in the past. So I think it's a good sign for Spider-Man 2. And I just think Spider-Man 2 is one of those games that it's kind of bulletproof in a way where even if it reviewed poorly, which it didn't, but even if it did, it still would have sold really well because it's Spider-Man. It just has that brand power behind it. But I do think the fact that it reviewed well, I do think the fact that we're only halfway through this generation, I think those two things combined are going to lead to Spider-Man 2 selling pretty well going forward. That's true as well, actually. You're saying, but the install base is significantly smaller. Sales will likely fall off quite a bit in the coming weeks. I imagine so, yeah. Again, when we talked during the last stream about how well Spider-Man 2 sold, I'm really interested in seeing if in the next couple of days or week or two, if Sony comes out publicly and gives us another sales update. If they do, then we'll know for certain that this game is cleaning up, like better than maybe we even expected, because Sony has not done that. The closest Sony's ever done to that, doing something like that in recent memory, is with God of War Ragnarok, where 5 days into God of War being released, they said it set a new record, 5.1 million sold. And then 3 months later, they said, I think it was actually 2.5 months, either 2.5 months or 3 months later, they came out and said it's now at 11 million, which is really, like, that's really good. That's a very short amount of time for Sony, you know, to hit 11 million sales. And so if they do that with Spider-Man, like maybe they'll come out a month like later, November 20th or something like that, or that week, and be like, Spider-Man 2 sold 10 million copies. If they did that, we would know, like, okay, this is like a runaway success, outpacing everything. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is I do anticipate Sony will give us another update on Spider-Man 2 sales as soon as they can. I think they're checking the numbers every day, waiting to see when it hits that 5 million mark, when it hits that 10 million mark. And I think whenever it does, they'll give us an update. Maybe not for the 5 million, but certainly for the 10 million. But this is also a really big and important holiday season for PS5 sales. Saying Millier said they were expecting 6.2 million in a week. I can tell you right now, that sounds realistic. That does. A game, you know, again, it selling 2.5 million in 24 hours, expecting it to climb to around 6 million by the end of the week. I think that's certainly plausible. But that's the thing. These are all just expectations. It, you know, after that first 24 hours, it could have slowed down dramatically. It could have sped up. It could have, well, maybe not sped up, but it could have maintained that momentum. It'll be interesting to see. But one thing I am certain of is that it's going to be a well-selling game. And it's going to make Sony a lot of money, you know, and I think it's just, it's something that I'm really hopeful that we'll continue to see this underneath Sony. Not necessarily Spider-Man or Marvel. I mean, we're going to get Wolverine, of course, but I want to continue to see these big single-player narrative-driven games where it has a perfect blend and balance of gameplay, you know, characterization, storytelling, the whole thing. I want to see these games continue to do well, not because I just want to see a rinse and repeat formula, not just because I want endless sequels. I want new IP as well, but generally speaking, I want to see these games do well because to me, they're just vital to the platform. They're vital to the industry. And in a day and age when the big money makers out there are live service games and mobile games, we want to continue to see the single player experience hold its own. And yeah, I'll always be supportive of that. But went on a little side quest there talking about Spider-Man 2 sales, which is fine. But I do want to make sure I get back to Metal Gear here because there were a couple more things I wanted to say. I did notice that we did not get a release window or release date with this trailer, which tells me it might not be targeting 2024. I'm still pretty confident that the Metal Gear Solid remake is going to come out in 2024, but because we still didn't get a release, even a window, like not even a year, it could end up being a 2025 thing, which would be surprising because I feel like that would be an awfully long time. Yeah, that's true as well. They said it's pre-alpha, so that's another hint that if it is going to come out next year, I could see it being like a holiday 2024 title, like October, November, which would be awesome. But yeah, I did notice that with the trailer. I did, you know what? I also want to say this too. I did see some people complaining that the trailer itself wasn't good, like it wasn't well edited. Like people were pointing out, you can tell that Kojima did not make this trailer, and I understand that as well. But I think it did what it needed to do, and I kind of like the way that they handled it. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm glad they didn't try to copy Kojima. I think that would have been even worse, where they're just like, we're just going to do it this way. We're just going to let you hear the sounds of the game. We're just going to do these kind of like hard cuts and we're just trying to show you the game. I think that was fine. I mean, I understand the attachment that people have with Hideo Kojima and the Metal Gear Solid series. Why would you not have that attachment? He's the creator of it. He's the brains behind it, of course. But I just think that, people have to just come to terms with the fact that Kojima has nothing to do with Metal Gear Solid anymore because he's doing his own thing. And Konami is the owner of this IP. They're going to continue to do things with it. And for me, it's just like, as long as you don't just completely ruin it, just completely destroy it, then fine. I'll likely be supportive of what you're doing. And like what we're seeing here with Metal Gear Delta, I'm not seeing anything other than something that looks really good and exciting to me and something I plan to support. So, yeah. Those are basically my initial thoughts on the Metal Gear Solid 3. I keep calling it 3. I mean, they're just calling it Delta here. But Metal Gear Solid Delta. And I did see somebody ask a question earlier if I think they're going to remake other Metal Gear games like this. My answer is yeah, I think they are. I think, well, they did answer that question themselves. They said if this game does well and fans support it, they will remake other games. And that is where things are going to get very interesting, because you would have to ask yourself where they go from here, right? I mean, next in line, if you don't count the MSX games, would be Metal Gear Solid 1, I believe. I mean, well, there's MGS5, of course, and Peace Walker and whatnot, and Portable Ops, but I don't know. Would they try to remake those? Those games are very different from the mainline titles, not 5. 5's just very recent. I feel like they would probably go to Metal Gear Solid 1 next. But I think that would be great. If they wanted to do, yeah, I mean, Portable Ops, you're saying it's Portable Ops isn't canon. I feel like that was confirmed by Kojima himself, wasn't it? Portable Ops was kind of strange. But yeah, I would like to see them like remake Peace Walker, but there's just the gameplay of Peace Walker in many ways is so different. The entire structure of the game is so vastly different from the mainline games that I think it would kind of mess things up a bit. And I think that they would be nervous of screwing something up. But even if you think if they go with Metal Gear Solid 1 remake, what do you do then? I mean, do you do the same thing you did here with MGS3? It's a pretty short game, Some people might expect more content by this point. A AAA game in 1998 is a lot different than the expectations are a lot different than a AAA game in 2023. We have Unintended Studios, a longtime member for 22 months. Thank you so much for that. Saying the first half was whatever for me, but that ending half was great. But man, I wish I looked at the trophy list before I 100% the map. Yeah, man, I hear you. Again, I'm not going to get into any spoilers regarding Spider-Man 2. Unintended Studios, I hope you show up to tomorrow's stream, because we're going to talk all about that with the spoiler cast. But I'm mostly in agreement with you so far. Yeah, that's what I'll say. By the way, guys, if you could do me a quick favor, if you are enjoying the stream and if you want to show a little bit of support, take a second of your time, hit that like button. I would really appreciate that. All right. I do have another quick Metal Gear topic for you before we move on. And it actually has to do with the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. This is being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle. They say more evidence that Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots will make its way to other consoles popped up on Tuesday. A data mine seems to suggest the game would be on the next Metal Gear Solid Master Collection. In a recent post to the Metal Gear Solid subreddit, information mined from the recently released MGS Master Collection Volume 1 seems to reference other games in future collections. This includes titles like Metal Gear Acid and Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, both originally PlayStation Portable exclusives. Most notably, however, is another reference to MGS4, the shorthand version of Metal Gear Solid 4. While not confirmation of anything, this seems to go hand in hand with other information found earlier this year that suggests a second volume of the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection is in the cards. Earlier this year, Twitter users inspecting the MGS timeline page found placeholder buttons for Metal Gear Solid 4, 5, and Peace Walker. While the inclusion of every game will be exciting to fans, the addition of MGS4 is the bigger piece of news, and there is somehow a gnat in this bedroom again, which is very, very disappointing. I thought we were beyond this. I thought we were over this, but yet it returns. And we have Hellbound 1981 also making his return alongside the Gnat, gifting 5 more memberships for the community. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. Hellbound is always here, every stream as well, always showing consistent support. So let's get some W's in the chat for Hellbound.
Thank you.
As I give him a thank you. And I'll give you a Jim Ryan. I feel like I haven't heard from Jim in some time. So Hellbound, thank you for that, man. You brought us up to 20 members on the day. So we are now 5 away from hitting the halfway mark of our goal, which is awesome to see. So what do you guys think about a Metal Gear Solid collection part 2? I guess that's not really what it would be titled. That would be an absolutely horrible title, but a Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2. Jake, you're saying on the phone at work, sadly. It's all good, man. I'm just glad you could be here. I'm glad you could be here. You're saying let's do it. I mean, there's no denying that Metal Gear Solid 4, I think in the eyes of most people, would make that worth it. Even if they did the bare minimum, I think people would just be happy. I could tell you right now, I would be happy to be able to play Metal Gear Solid 4 on my PS5. You're saying MGS4 needs to be exclusive. I don't necessarily feel that way. I feel like Metal Gear Solid 4 has been exclusive to PlayStation long enough. And I'm actually totally okay with Konami just being like, you know what? Let's just make Metal Gear Solid multi-platform. Because it's one of these situations where there's no denying that Metal Gear Solid over the years, over the decades, has been synonymous with PlayStation. And even at times, Kojima has expressed his fondness of PlayStation, which could have played a role in that. But I'm at a point where if they're trying to bring this series back, and they're trying to bring these classic games, I really just don't have a problem with it being multi-platform, because it's just like, it doesn't really affect me. If Sony wanted to try to strike a deal, I would understand that as well, because it would be a pretty good third-party get for them. But you know, the one thing I do think Sony does have to worry about, though, is Microsoft, in the sense that, you know, Konami being open to being multi-platform, that's one thing. Konami potentially being open to striking deals with Microsoft is also another thing that Sony would have to consider, because, I mean, a lot of people were already surprised to see Metal Gear Solid 3 and the first gameplay show up during an Xbox event, and immediately certain people are beginning to think that, oh, you know, is Microsoft going to start pursuing Konami and trying to strike deals? And considering Microsoft has shown a great interest in trying to have more of a presence in Japan and with Japanese publishers and developers. I just think that's something Sony should be cognizant of. And I don't think that means that they should strike first and rip games away necessarily. No, but just, just try to be in good standing, I think, with Konami and kind of leverage the fact that Sony's a Japanese company, Konami's a Japanese company. Your games are likely to sell really well on our platform. Just continue to leverage that and, put that at the forefront. But yeah, the idea of these classic Metal Gear Solid games being multi-platform, I'll be honest, man, like I want more people to play MGS4. It's one of the best games I've ever played. It's one of my all-time favorite games, and it's been stuck on the PlayStation 3 this entire time. I think you could play it on PC as well, through different avenues, but yeah, man, I would love to see more people play MGS4 because it is truly a masterpiece game. No doubt. But yeah, if they do a Volume 2 collection, Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid 4, and Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean, that's a pretty good collection, I would say. I did play Peace Walker, and Peace Walker is very good. I forget where I played Peace Walker, but I know it wasn't on the PSP. Peace Walker was so different, though, with the way it approached gameplay and the cutscenes being like they looked like comic strips. It was a really good game. I never played Metal Gear Acid. Those I never played. And I heard they're very, very different. But I do wonder if there's going to be any more. Like maybe Metal Gear Acid 1 and 2 will be like the bonus games, kind of like Metal Gear 1 and 2 are right now for the Volume 1 collection. PS Gamer saying MGS5 is a huge game, MBG. I know, I played it. It is massive. And it is sad that, and I imagine there will be some controversy if Metal Gear Solid 5 is part of this collection, because Metal Gear Solid 5 is proven to be kind of unfinished in many ways towards the end of it, where you can tell that Kojima wasn't quite finished and had more to say, more to do, more story to tell. But that's when the falling out of Kojima and Konami occurred, and you can tell that the game suffered because of it. And that'll always kind of be chapter 3 is somewhere. It'll always be sad to know that we'll be missing that proper ending, and it'll just never happen, right? At least, presumably, it'll never happen. And so, for as awesome as MGS5 is, there's that kind of black cloud looming over it. Yeah, oh yeah, Metal Gear Survive. Totally forgot about that. Oh man, I completely forgot about that game. What a tragedy that game was. What a tragedy. That was so sad to witness, man. Where it's like, as if it wasn't bad enough what happened between Kojima and Konami, they were like, we'll do this with Metal Gear. It's like, what? I mean, look, what they're doing now is fine. You want to re-release the games, you want to do a remake. This type of stuff is fine, as long as they're not, again, doing something totally like stripping things away from the game that completely ruin it. In my opinion, anyway, I think they're doing fine. But stuff like that, like, let's do Metal Gear Survive. How out of touch could you be? Yeah, I know it's like more of a spin-off, but it's like the timing of it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, we just kicked Kojima out aggressively. We just had like the biggest breakup ever, and people hate us, and we canceled PT. This is a great time to do our spin-off Metal Gear Survive. Tisk tisk. I think Konami's leadership has changed since then, though. So the people in charge now there at Konami, I don't think are the same people that made those decisions. At least you would hope not. You're saying Metal Gear Survive should have been Metal Gear Online? I mean, I would have preferred that over what Survive ended up being. Broccoli Rob says you literally could have used any other IP for that generic game. They did it out of spite. I am in a I mean, maybe they did it out of spite, but Broccoli Rob, I'm in agreement that there's almost nothing about Metal Gear Survive that's Metal Gear in a way, you know, from what I can tell. You're saying Hideo lives the most colorful life. You should see his threads feed. Oh, I have no doubt, man. I follow him on X, and yeah, he's living the life, man. Why not? Why not? He's earned it. All right, so I'm going to take this off the screen now. I think I had it playing long enough here. Okay, with that being said, I am going to move on to the next topic, but that concludes what I had to say about Metal Gear Solid Delta. To just recap and summarize really quickly, I think it looks great. I'm very excited for it, and I can't wait to see more. And it was a nice surprise. I'll tell you this, if I had known that this was going to show up at the Xbox event that aired yesterday, I would have streamed that Xbox event. I absolutely would have streamed that because I had no idea it was going to show up. So, good stuff, man. Also, I just want to say, too, I think some Xbox fans forgot that the first ever trailer we got of Metal Gear Solid 5 actually showed up on Xbox's stage during the Xbox One reveal. I'll never forget that, dude. That's when I was all in with Xbox, and I obviously loved Metal Gear. I hit the roof. When I don't know if it was the Xbox One reveal event or if it was their E3 event that year. It was I think it may have been their E3 event. And they opened it with the Metal Gear Solid 5 trailer. And I was just like, no way, bro. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. I was in awe. So it's not, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not completely unheard of. It seems like Konami's actually been pretty friendly with Xbox for some time now, as well as PlayStation. All right. We're going to move on to the next topic here, which talks about some controversy regarding the PlayStation 5 Slim and the detachable disk drive. This is being reported by WCCF Tech, and they say the recently revealed new PS5 Slim hardware revision requires an internet connection to pair the optical detachable disk drive. Following numerous rumors about the new Slim model, Sony finally announced a slimmer hardware revision of the PS5 console earlier this month. Although the model isn't officially named Slim, the volume of the console has been reduced by more than 30%. Like the current PS5 models, Sony will launch with two variants next month, a digital-only model and a disc-based version with a detachable Ultra HD Blu-ray disc drive. So they say here yesterday some images surfaced of the new PS5 model, which will be bundled with the upcoming Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, which is unbelievably ironic. This bundle is said to arrive on November 10th. Interestingly, the back of the box of the new PS5 bundle mentions an internet connection when setting up the detachable disk drive. Quote, internet connection required to pair disk drive and PS5 console upon setup, end quote. That's what it reads on the back of the box. This is likely an anti-piracy measure from Sony, but one can imagine the fuss about this matter, as many people are making, very big fuss of it. And yeah, this is something that came out yesterday. And, I think there's a couple of things to unpack here. Jay Shako, you're saying, wasn't this debunked already? I don't believe so. Unless I missed something, it seems to me like there are a few things here that need to be unpacked and discussed with this topic, because with things like this, there are a lot of people throwing different things around. Is it fake outrage? Is it warranted outrage? There's a couple things I want to bring up. I don't have it up here now. I meant to have it up. Give me 1 second while I find it. Oh, wait. I actually do have some potential, it's not like breaking news, but something that just came out when it comes to PlayStation. Okay, I'm going to read this. This is actually going to be the third topic. There's going to be a kind of third topic that comes in after this that I wasn't expecting to talk to you guys about, but this is new information about Sony that just came out. So we'll get to that momentarily. What is the name? Andy Robinson, I think his name is. Give me one moment, guys. I apologize. I thought I had this ready to go, but apparently I didn't. Where is it? Okay, so Andy Robinson of VGC says the new PS5 optical disc drive requires an internet connection to connect. He says this may be partly due to Section 1201 of the DMCA, which says it's illegal to, quote, circumvent a technological measure that controls access to a copyrighted work, end quote. As such, Sony uses the pairing method to ensure people cannot modify or replace a console's disk drive. So, yeah, this is not necessarily surprising, but it is still disappointing. You know, DRM is something that, on one hand, you can kind of understand why it's being done, why these IP owners and platform holders, why they want to implement measures like this. But it's also unfortunate that it's becoming more apparent. It's becoming more just there, right? It's just happening more because we are pushing more and more into digital content consumption. And this was always going to be a thing that accompanied it. Jeff B. Gaming says, MBG, it's ironic that the majority of people being outraged by the Slim drive internet issue prefer a platform that is DRM. So that is one of the problems here that I've noticed is there are certain groups of people online. Again, they're just ready and waiting with their pitchforks and torches to jump at any opportunity they can to point out something that Sony's doing that is wrong and bad and just a really big deal. And I think what's kind of wild and what people need to realize is that you cannot set up an Xbox console without connecting it to the internet. Like, I don't know if people who are saying certain things right now or pointing certain things out, like, I don't know if they're unaware of that or if they forgot about that, but that's a reality that comes from Microsoft. And now this is a reality that comes from Sony. So people might say, oh, this is just classic whataboutism. No, it's not, because I'm sure everybody can agree that whether it's Microsoft implementing DRM, whether it's Sony implementing DRM, it sucks. Like, it is not a good look that you have to connect your detachable disk drive to the internet to use it on your PS5. Yeah, it's not a good look. It's also not a good look that you need to connect your whole console to the internet in order to set it up. If you buy an Xbox, yes, that's not a good look either. I think people need to just stop focusing so much on throwing stones back and forth at each other and realize that we have already entered the digital age and we are just pushing further into it. And with that, it's not just going to be Sony. It's not just going to be Microsoft. They're both going to get stricter when it comes to DRM. And they're both going to implement more and more of it as we go further. It's just the way it is. And, you're seeing people right now jump on a bandwagon to complain about DRM that are subscribed to Xbox Game Pass and are always excited at new games that are entering Xbox Game Pass. I just don't think these people are realizing that you cannot be the one to complain about this. You just can't. When you are, buying and supporting these you're partaking in these digital ecosystems so willingly. It's fine. I'm not even saying that's a problem. You know what else I think it points to? I think it just points to people wanting to make a bigger deal out of nothing. Oh man, I have to connect it to the internet. Uh-oh. Whatever am I going to do? I mean, people need to wake up and stop complaining so much about such first world issues, man. Like, it is the epitome of a first world issue where it's like, there are people out there right now that are experiencing the horrors of God knows what, right? Which I'm not going to get into it here because it's not relevant to the channel or the topics at hand, but it's just to paint a picture and prove a point that, like, wake up, man. Okay? Like, if that's your biggest problem in life, you got it pretty good. Like, if that's your biggest complaint and your biggest issue is, oh man, my console, I have to connect it to the internet. Come on. It's not that serious at the end of the day. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with pointing out the problems of DRM. We should point out the problems of DRM. We should be concerned. We should not want to just hand over complete and total control willingly to these corporations. But I do think that there are certain, again, groups of people, not people who are willing to just be reasonable about it and talk about it. There are certain groups of people that are acting like Sony is out here demanding you connect your console to the internet, it stays on the internet, and that's the only way you can play anything ever again. Like, people need to take a step back and realize that 90% of people don't care. And that if you are that 10% that does care, it's funny because you see people bringing up, well, what about all the complaints that people made when the Xbox One was revealed? Remember the DRM that Microsoft tried to implement with the Xbox One? That was a decade ago. That was 10 years ago. Do we really need to point out how much has changed in the gaming industry over the last 10 years? Do we really need to point out how there's a whole entire different generation of gamers playing a different generation of games that simply don't even know what we're even talking about? These are just the realities of gaming in 2023. And I am a believer in ownership. I am a believer in caring about not giving total control and just handing it over. But at the same time, I'm not a believer in losing your mind and acting like doing so is or even worse, trying to like throw stones at another group of people as if that's going to solve the problem. Like, I don't think so. When has that ever solved the problem? Actually, you're saying no, things have gotten objectively worse. In some ways, I agree. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I think some things have objectively gotten better, but I also think that some things have objectively gotten worse. And I think that's just kind of the nature of all things. You know, I think that it depends on your view, your perspective of the gaming industry. In some people's minds, they feel like the gaming industry has definitely improved a lot more over the last 10 years, more so than it's degraded. But I think there are many other people that feel the opposite, where they feel like it has degraded and it has become way worse compared to the few improvements or good things that have happened. I feel like sometimes I'm in the middle. You know, I feel like here's an example. This entire conversation is talking about two different models of a PS5. There's a disc-based model and a digital model. To me, that feels strange to a degree, where it's like, I have always been used to there just being one console model and it comes with a disc drive. It's just one console model. I've always thought that was nice because it's simple, right? And it's like, there's no question. You can buy games digitally if you want, but at the same time, it's like, you know, there's a disc drive there, and you're going to get one whether you like it or not. Dude, listen, this is why I tried telling people, like, if you're going to buy a PS5, if you're a new PS5 buyer, buy the one with the disc drive for $50 more. Just do it. You won't regret it. You really won't. You're not going to look back a year after purchasing that console and say, man, I really wasted that $50. I mean, even if you don't use it, you'll at least have that option. You're giving yourself that option. If you go with the digital model, you're just completely removing it until you decide you might want to use it, and then you pay $80, and then you pay more. You know, it's like, just buy the disc drive model. Just buy the disc drive model. Novinzer with a $2 super chat. He says, it's a digital console. It needs internet anyways. That's the funniest part about this conversation, though, isn't it, Novinzer? Is that people are out here complaining about a digital console that when you attach a disc drive to it, it has to connect to the internet. Like, was your console not connected to the internet prior to this? It's just so weird. It's so weird that people, I don't know. It is just the way things are, man. I'm not excited for the digital future, but I really genuinely do believe that right now there is, again, a group of people that are using this as, they're weaponizing this news about the detachable disc drive having to connect to the internet one time to pair with your console. There's a group of people that are weaponizing this, and I think that it is truly bizarre that this is something they're choosing to weaponize, when it's like, do you guys see the ecosystem you're involved in? It's the most digital ecosystem. It's, out of all the different console ecosystems, you're supporting the one that is most digital oriented. The one that is telling you, please rent your games, don't buy them, don't own them. But they think they're going to be the ones to let us know and tell us about, you know, ownership and DRM. It's like, okay, sure thing, man. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It sucks either way. I've never been a supporter of DRM, but I've always considered myself a person who's smart enough to know that as we go into the digital future, yeah, that's going to become more of a thing, whether we like it or not. And if anything, my constant supporting of physical games and physical media has been an attempt to try to push back against this, right? We've had many conversations on the channel about the future of gaming. Is it really digital only? Do physical discs go away? Do we give total control to the publisher and the platform holder? And I've never been a supporter of that. Like I said, when it comes to Alan Wake 2, it is digital only. I feel like my arm's being twisted, but I can't deny I want to play a good game. You know, I can't condemn myself for wanting to do that. But if that was the only option across the board for all games, that's a completely different conversation. And so when it comes to this whole situation with the PlayStation detachable disc drive, the PS5 Slim detachable disc drive, it needs to connect to the internet one time in order for it to function and pair with your PS5. It does suck. But it's no skin off my back. It's just whatever, man. When I buy a console, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not connecting it to the internet. I'm not even going to attempt to pretend that I'm not hardwired to my modem while I'm playing my console. I'm not saying that it means we should, again, just give total control to the platform holder. I'm just saying it's kind of somewhere in between. I'm not outraged, but I'm not thrilled. And I'm just kind of like, well, that's just the reality of gaming in 2023. And so I think that, again, the people, some Xbox fans who are really kind of harping on this right now, I mean, you really got to turn to them and ask them, like, if it's that big of a deal, why do you have an Xbox? Like, are you upset that Microsoft is doing it too? And if the answer to that's yes, then we share common ground. You know what I mean? If they say, yeah, I don't like that Microsoft requires my Xbox console to connect to the internet to set it up, then we share common ground. So why are we throwing stones? Or, I don't know. Maybe some people just like to do it for the sake of it, but Space Gambler Jr. is saying, I don't agree with this choice. I can't believe you do, MBG. It doesn't matter what version you buy. They both have a removable disk drive. You know what? Yeah, I you know what? To be honest, Space Gambler Jr., I didn't really think about that. Yeah, I guess that's true. If you buy the disk-based model, you can just detach the disk drive. I didn't think it. You know what? I didn't think about that. I don't know why. I just assumed that if you bought the disk drive version, it wasn't detachable. So I guess it applies to that as well. Well, so I have a question. I don't know the answer to this. That's why I'm asking. If you took the disk drive out of your PS5 right now and connected it to something else or put it in a different console or something like that, would it function? How would that work? Or would it not work? Domingo, you're saying it won't work? Hellbound says you can't. Yeah, I never messed around with this type of stuff, so I don't really know. So, and I have one other question, a follow-up. Does that apply to all previous consoles? The PS4, the PS3, the PS2? Well, I don't know, the PS2 didn't have a disc reader, but like the PS3 and PS4, the same thing applies, it just wouldn't work. Jay Shako says no, it would not. Gaming Survivor says error, wrong device detected. You will be terminated. It's paired to the console. Interesting. Well, if that's true, you're saying right to repair ITs nailed this concern. It needed to be tied to the motherboard. Well, if that's true, then I guess nothing has changed then. Kind of. Somewhat. Because I think the important thing to understand is that, yeah, so on one hand, it's not a huge deal because you have to connect it to the internet one time. It's not like if you buy the new PS5 Slim, you can't play it offline. You can, but you have to connect it to the internet one time. So basically, it seems like the PlayStation 5 is now going to do the same thing that the Xbox console has been doing for a while now, which is you have to connect it to the internet at least one time when you set it up. But I did see some people talking about, so wait, if I buy the detachable disk drive, I can't use it on other things. And it's like, well, I guess no. But then again, have you ever been able to do that? It seems like the answer to that is no. And just to be clear, it's like, once again, I'm not saying that I'm for this. Like, this is good. Like, this is a good thing, guys. I'm not saying that. I don't think it's a good thing. But it's also not a surprising thing. I mean, obviously, the ideal situation is you buy a console and you don't ever have to connect it to the internet to use it. That is the ideal situation. Right? You buy a video game console and you don't ever have to connect it to the internet to use it. That is ideal. And so I can understand, like I said, why people are getting upset, because it's like, if you buy the slim model PS5, not really how that's going to work. You have to connect it to the internet at least once, at least one time. So, but I don't know. I guess it's just because the way I play games these days and the way I interact with the storefronts and whatnot and the platform, my internet connection is always there for me. So it's just difficult for me to sit here and act outraged or like I'm so upset when it's like, I don't know, man. I'm always connected to the internet. Use McDonald's Wi-Fi, problem solved. Yeah, you can just see somebody walking into McDonald's with a PS5 Slim. Sorry, I got to borrow your Wi-Fi for a minute. People on the internet complaining about connecting to the internet. Oh, man. This whole conversation is about to collapse in on itself. We're about to create a black hole, guys. Well, one more step towards the digital future, guys, which I'm not excited about at all. You're saying you don't agree with this, it's BS. Well, I guess my question is, yeah, that's a good point. People like to argue on behalf of others. Yeah, I've been guilty of doing that at times. I'm trying to catch myself when I do that. I don't like to try to speak for others. But I do have another question, and I think this is where we will end this topic. And I'll read these super chats, and we'll proceed. And the question is, even if we don't like it, if we can agree, like, this is not good, this is not ideal, what do we do? I mean, do we just say, I don't know, what do we do? I don't think there's anything that can be done. Microsoft has already embraced this. Sony is clearly beginning to embrace it. And some people might say they'll move to Nintendo or... You know, I have a question because I don't game on PC. I did see somebody reply to this. And they were like, man, I'm so grateful for PC. And I was a little bit confused, I won't lie, when I heard this because I was like, didn't PC... Isn't PC all digital already? And it has been for like a long time? Unless there's something I'm missing, which I don't think there is. Steam requires internet. Yeah, so that I was so confused when I read that because I was like, wait, what? MBG, endure with the changes ahead or go back to retro gaming where you buy old games and consoles. No internet needed. PC has been all digital thanks to Steam since 2005. I think that's a good answer to the question I asked. I think that right there is the Space Gambler Jr. saying push back. I'm not opposed to that, but the only time I am opposed to it is when you say you have to pick and choose your battles. I think this is a done deal right now. You know, like even if I dedicated my entire channel and tried to rally fans to push back against this, I don't think it would be enough. Unfortunately, I think that the PlayStation brand has kind of grown so vast, and a large part of it appeals to the more casual consumer that no amount of pushback from the core fan base would be enough to make Sony rethink, especially because their competition has already embraced it. But I understand. I'm in agreement with people who are not happy about this because it really only leads to one path. I mean, it people have been saying for a long time now it's inevitable. And I think that this is just one more sign along that path of inevitability that, yeah, this is maybe inevitable. You can remove and buy some games without DRM, MBG. Ansel says a lot of my friends joke at getting physical discs at this point. They hopped on board years ago. I have a super chat from Planet Schlorpian. Thank you so much for the support, buddy. You're saying, I feel like it's wrong to think the video game industry should be more like the early 2000s. Gaming is entropic, for better and worse. Yeah, I can agree with that mostly, because I do find myself kind of torn at times where I'm not against progress and moving into the future, and understanding that, most importantly, understanding that things just change. And you might not feel like you're on board with that change, and maybe that change can even feel wrong, where it's like, well, are we giving too much power? It's not just we, though, you know? And what I mean by that is it's not just me or you. And I think that's the problem. I think that with almost all things, eventually enough people send a clear message that they're either okay with this or they're not okay with this. And a company can only make decisions when they have the power to do so. And it really does just come down to the consumer and whether or not the consumer gives that company the power. And in the case of both Microsoft and Sony, collectively, the console gaming market has given both of them enough power to be able to do this. But you also have to think why. That's a very important question to ask with things like this. Why? How did that happen? Well, it's simple. It's the same reason that games like Call of Duty succeed and games like Fortnite are the most played. It's because maybe some of us look at that and think, I don't get it at all. Like, how is this the number one thing? And then you realize that you're falling behind, man. And so that's why I think at the end of the day, what I missed their name, but they answered my question and they said, really, you have to make a choice. You're either going to move forward with it or you're going to stay behind and do retro gaming. And I feel like that is the answer, man, because things are moving forward with or without you. And I'm not saying that means we have to go, that if you want to move forward, you have to go crazy about it and say, you know what? I'm going to start gaming on the cloud now. I'm going to get ahead. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you have to go digital only. I'm not saying you have to be okay with DRM necessarily. You can have your stance and have your opinion. I guess I'm just saying, it's like, if you want to partake in cutting edge gaming and modern gaming, especially as we go forward, these are just things that are going to happen. And you can opt out and say, I'm good, man. Like, I'm not okay with this, but it doesn't mean that train's going to stop for you. You know, you can get off, but it doesn't mean it stops. So, such is life, right? In some ways. We have PlayStation Pete saying, I worry about Sony becoming too greedy that they can get away with this because they don't have any competition. Well, ironically, if Sony getting away with something like this, it's because the competition already has been. You know, it kind of reminds me of Xbox Live Gold, right? And then how eventually Sony was like, hey, what's stopping us from doing that too? And Sony woke up and realized nothing is stopping you. Microsoft has been doing it and they're making good money. You're leaving money on the table, Sony. This is the exact same thing where, you know, we focus on the platform wars a lot and we see it happen all across the internet. Xbox and PlayStation fans taking to the internet, again, to take shots at one another and do glorious battle on the internet, the keyboard warriors, right? But I think what's kind of funny is that in a way, these companies are both, they do have some kind of unspoken, unwritten agreement where they're kind of looking at each other and it's like, listen, you're our competition, right? You're our enemy, so to speak. But we both have the same goal. And that is, we want to get as much money out of our customer base as possible. So when companies see this type of stuff, you can kind of begin to understand why they're just like, yeah, we'll do it too. One of the things that is interesting to me is Sony has been making a lot of what would be considered anti-consumer moves lately. In terms of, like, Sony has not hid the fact that they want money, that they are greedy. I mean, I'm just going to say that it's not, I mean, greed is not a good thing, but that is inherently what a business is. That's the point of a business. That's the point of a company. Is we need to make money and profit. You know, that's just the way of the world, right? So Sony has not hid the fact that we want more money, and we're going to make some changes to get more money. We're going to increase the price of the digital model by $50. We're going to increase the price of PlayStation Plus. You know what I'm kind of surprised about? I'm surprised Microsoft is holding out. Right now, anyway. I'm surprised that Microsoft isn't looking at what Sony's doing and saying, well, damn, I mean, Sony's not holding back anything. They're cutting right through it. Maybe we should do it too. Maybe a little bit less, but we should do it. And they haven't. Not yet, anyway. We'll see if that changes in 2024. But I just find it interesting that Microsoft... Yeah, that is true. Microsoft did increase their prices. I guess I just mean, like, they've been doing things so less aggressively. Like, really just inch by inch, slowly over time, to where Sony's just been like, yeah, we're just gonna go from point A to point B and just rip the Band-Aid off, and that's it. We're just doing it. Which maybe in some ways has its benefits, but it'll be interesting to see, I think, in 2024, between all three of the major platform holders, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, what changes they may end up making. You're saying gaming in some way, commentators like MBG are part of the problem. They talk about companies' profits as if we are part of the board, so they are also changing expectations of gamers. That's a good point. That is a good point. Well, what I'm trying to do, and what I hope to continue to do, is, even though we talk about these things, always make it a point to remind everybody that, like, at the end of the day, I am just a gamer. Like, I'm just playing video games. My interaction with the PlayStation brand is not one of business. It is one of, consumerism, essentially, at the end of the day. I am interested in the business to a certain extent. For example, we're going to go over something, and that's actually the next topic. We're going to go over something that just came out where Sony is talking about a couple of business-related things. And the reason why that's relevant to me as the consumer of PlayStation is it's likely going to have some kind of impact on, what I end up experiencing on the platform at the end of the day. And that's the extent that I care about it. It's kind of like when we hear that Jim Ryan's retiring. It's like, to most people playing their PlayStation 5s, they don't even know who Jim Ryan is. But the reason why that's relevant to many of us, or at least me, is because I know the decisions that he's made that have impacted my experience on the PlayStation platform since he was in charge. And it's like, one of the biggest things he did was with the live service games, right? So now that he's retiring, now the question arises, what does that mean for the live service games? And again, maybe, how many people out there probably are completely unaware that there was a Last of Us multiplayer game in development? Most people on PS5s probably had no idea that that was a thing that was in development for the past 3 or 4 years and seemingly got canceled. Or if it didn't, it's going to. And maybe, so I got to admit, sometimes I feel a little bit jealous. Ignorance is bliss, right? Ignorance is bliss. But it's because I enjoy the gaming industry. I don't just care about the gaming industry to the extent that what can you do for me? I just want to play games and enjoy them. I do care. I care about the art form. I care about all the not all of it, but a lot of the inner workings and how these things happen. It's all very interesting to me. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, it always just comes back down to the same thing. It's like right now, I'm playing Spider-Man 2, and God knows I have talked so much about all the different aspects of PlayStation, of Sony, of gaming throughout this entire year. But my experience with Spider-Man 2 is just that abrupt and in-my-face reminder. Like, this is why I even have this YouTube channel. This is why we even do these streams and have these conversations. This right here. It's not just Spider-Man 2 alone. There's many other aspects of gaming and video games in general. But yeah, man, that is what it will always come back down to at the end of the day. And I don't want to sit here and say that as long as I get good video games, nothing else matters. I don't want to say that because I feel like it's a little bit more complicated than that. Because if that was the case, then these companies would do anything and everything. They would say, we're going all digital, we're raising the price of games to $100, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And they would do it because, you said it, right? As long as you get good video games, that's all that matters. So clearly, we'll do anything for good video games. No, there are lines. There are lines. And that's why I always look at the decisions that Sony is making with a very critical eye and a critical viewpoint, but also one that is honest to myself, which is, for example, this news about the disk drive and you need to connect it to the internet. I don't care at all. Truthfully, realistically, at the end of the day, I do not care. That doesn't make any difference to me because that's not going to affect how I play video games and interact with them. However, I do try to keep an open mind and listen to what others have to say and why they might say, hey, this is why I think this is a problem. This is why I disagree with that. And I evaluate that and I think about it and I think, well, am I in agreement? Do I share that same sentiment? And sometimes the answer is yes. Other times the answer is no. For example, like when Sony raised the price of PlayStation Plus, I was extremely critical of that. And I talked about how this is, to me, there's nothing good about this. There's very clearly nothing good or positive about the price of PlayStation Plus increasing. And I saw many people very outraged, very angry, to the extent where they were like talking about how they're going to cancel their subscription. And I was not against that. I'm like, yeah, I don't blame you at all. It's a great reason, right? Because it's too much for you, and it's fine. Put your money where your mouth is. I have no problem with that. I think that's a good thing that more people should do. But when I really asked myself at the end of the day, okay, well, what are you going to do? Like, how much does this impact you? Like, is this enough to make you, talking to myself here, are you going to unsubscribe from PlayStation Plus and not return? And for me, the answer is no, of course not. I'm not doing that because while I do think a $20 price increase for a yearly subscription is a lot and pretty damn annoying, I can't lie and pretend and say Sony just broke me. They didn't. I will pay that. And I'm going to enjoy my console and I'm going to enjoy my experience and I'm going to play my online games. And that's that. And I understand that there are going to be people who get very fired up and very passionate and say, you need to demand better from Sony, man. You have to send them the message. Don't give them that money. And it's like, look, man, don't worry about what I'm doing with my money. You worry about what you are doing with your money. I'll worry about what I'm doing with my money. And I think more people should have that mentality. They should. And I think that what somebody said earlier is very much true, that a lot of people like to speak on behalf of others. And I think that just needs to stop because that doesn't work when we're talking about the corporate world. The only thing that works when we're talking about the corporate world is you either buy it or you don't. You either pay for it or you don't. Because believe me when I tell you, companies like Microsoft, companies like Sony, they don't care about the individual. They care about the masses. They care about whether or not the masses are okay with it. And that's why I always just encourage people, like, make your own decisions. You're saying there is no we. I mean, I guess that's true, right? Where it's like, I've witnessed things change as well. That I've had to. I mean, Xbox is the most prime example that I could give, and I'm not saying this to, start anything. I'm really not. It's just true. Like, Xbox is a prime example of something that I supported for a good long while. I was very invested in, very passionate about, and they made changes. They made a lot of changes, and they also made what seemed to be a lot of mistakes. And I still didn't, give up. Like, there's a lot of people at certain times. Everybody was leaving en masse, and I'm like, well, I don't really feel that way yet. And I just kind of had this hope where I'm like, I know things are pretty bad, but I think they'll turn around. And I had that hope for a long time. And it's funny because a lot of people will tell you they did turn it around. Xbox did turn it around, man. Like, they got more games than ever. They got more publishers, they got more studios, they have more IP. Like, we're going to have games we can't even keep up with. And I realized that it's like, that's never really what I'll put it to you this way. The way Microsoft found their success and finds their success now, it's to me, that's not what I really ever hoped for or wanted. I don't think it's a problem. It's like it works for them and their fans are happy. It just made me realize that I have to just accept that, like, this platform just isn't for me anymore. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be. But this idea that I'm going to yell and scream and bark and say, like, this needs to change, and like, no, man, it's over. Like, the people have spoken and they've said, we like this and we're happy with this. And that's where I realized, like, okay, well, all right, well, there it is. And I'm over here on PlayStation, and I realize I see some, you're saying that sounds like PlayStation Now. Not so much, though. The biggest difference between what's going on with PlayStation right now versus what was happening to Microsoft is Microsoft was in a true free fall, as in it was do or die, or like they're actually going to be on the chopping block. So it is very different from the situation that Sony's in right now. Sony right now is making decisions that are not in public favor. That's very different from a company that's in free fall or a brand that's in free fall and is in a sink or swim situation. Sony was in that position with the PlayStation 3, but certainly not now. And so I guess all of this is just to say that things change. These brands change, the corporations and their philosophies change, and the way that they handle their business and their platforms and their consumers, it all changes. And I've continued to say, and I will continue to say leading into next year, that things are changing at PlayStation right now. That much should be obvious to everybody. And there are a lot of people quick to assume that these changes are bad. There are also a lot of people defending it, saying these changes are not bad, these changes are actually good. I lie somewhere in the middle, where I think there's evidence to support both. I think there's evidence to support that these changes could be very good at the end of the day. I think there's also some evidence that there could be changes happening right now that could lead to some very not so great things again, depending on what it is you expect from the brand. And so that's why I'm very eager to see in 2024 what ends up happening. So let's see here. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. We have Nemesis, who's a member for 5 months. Thank you for that, bud. You're saying, MBG, I just wanted to thank you for motivating in pursuing my dream of being a YouTube content creator, trophy hunting. P.S. MGS3 looks amazing. I agree. I think it does look amazing. And That's really nice to hear, man. I guess you're welcome. That wasn't necessarily what I was trying to achieve, but it is very cool to think that there's at least somebody here in Nemesis that feels a little bit inspired and is pursuing his own thing on YouTube, man. So I wish you the best of luck, and I hope it works out for you, man. Trophy hunting. I think that's a good place to start. There's always people looking for those tips or those guides. Appreciate that, Nemesis. Thank you for the support, bud. I have Josh Z. He says here with a $5 super chat, I beat Final Fantasy 16 today. I actually had more fun with auto attack and evade. So fun and still rather hard. Not a guaranteed win. My favorite story since Final Fantasy 9. Well, I'm really happy to hear that, Josh. I'm happy to hear that you finally got to play Final Fantasy 16 and that you really enjoyed it, because there were certain sections in the new game. I think it was at the new game plus, or the second time playing it on Final Fantasy mode, where I did put on those rings to make it just a little bit easier, because I'm like, oh, look, I've already struggled through this, So there were a few moments I used that, and it was pretty fun. Like, even though it did make the game significantly easier, it didn't necessarily remove the fun factor from it. But there were certain parts, though, where it was quite challenging, and I don't know, sometimes I just like to kind of embrace that challenge. But I really like the way Final Fantasy 16 handled the difficulty, I guess you could say, where you can make the game easier anytime you want by wearing the rings, or you can make it more challenging. It's a very cool way that they handle it. But Josh, I'm glad you enjoyed the game, man. And I agree, the story was really good. Story was very good. I'm interested to see what they end up doing with their expansions and their DLC that they're working on, because there are clearly many different ways they could go with the way Final Fantasy 16 story happened and unfolded and concluded. Venino with a $2 super chat says, my issue is, can I sell or let someone borrow it? The console itself, that is a good question. I think the way if I had to assume, the way it works is once you attach that disc drive to that console, I think that it has to stay with that console. I don't think, if I'm understanding this correctly, when you attach a disc, whatever disc drive it is, to that console and you connect it to the internet and it registers with that console, it can you can't just take that disc drive off, sell it to a friend and have them use it or trade it in or something like that. But when it comes to the entire console, I think you can just treat it the exact same way, where, it just means that you're going to have to sell the hard drive or the disc drive with it. I guess you wouldn't have to necessarily, but you would just be sitting there with a useless disc drive that you can't be used on anything, So I think that's how it works. So in other words, if you wanted to let somebody borrow it, you would have to let them borrow your entire console. You wouldn't be able to just lend them the disc drive. You're saying that's a terrible idea, Shems? I mean, it sounds stupid. It does, because it you know why it sounds stupid though? Because it just seems like it makes you question why they're even doing a detachable disc drive. Like, I wonder if people realize that with this conversation right now. This is what makes this conversation so strange to me. It's that this is the way it literally is right now and has always been. You know what I'm saying? Where the only two options we had for a PS5 was a digital model and a disc-based model. And I kind of understand that when we hear you can buy a disc drive separately, I understand that it makes people start to think, oh, well, I can just use this disc drive freely then. It's detached, so it can just... And it's like, no. That's not how that works. And I think people just need to realize, and I think this would help. I think this would help people maybe just kind of understand what's happening right now. Sony did this to save money, not to give us more options. And I know that sounds shitty because it is, but that's exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to the business side of it. Oh, you're saying you think he's asking about used games? Oh, it could still play used games. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not like... See, that's where I think some people are getting confused. And I think there is some misinformation being spread where, no, this is not exactly like what Microsoft did, where I think some people are thinking that Sony's making it like you can't share used games now or play used games. That's not at all what they're conveying here or doing. That was something that Microsoft tried to do, and they got hammered for that. Rightly so. And I think they learned their lesson. But no, this is not about making it so that you can't play used games. You're saying maybe they're testing how many people want physical discs? It's a possibility. I don't think they need to test that though. Like, they have the data, you know? I think what this proves is that Sony wants you to buy the more expensive console. Was that a gnat? That was a gnat. It's back. Somehow, some way. It's back. Top Shotta with a $5 super chat. He says, MBG, you should embrace digital because you don't own your podcast if Google wants. They can take it from you. PC has been digital for over a decade. Great point. Great point. I try not to think too deeply about it. That honestly, that I think is what I would recommend to people. For numerous reasons. Like, don't overthink it. Don't be ignorant, of course. I'm not saying be ignorant. I'm just saying don't overthink it. Just enjoy your life, man. Sometimes I think, and I'm guilty of this, sometimes I think we get so wrapped up in the details of everything that we just forget to enjoy things for what they are at times. I'm not saying that means I'm not saying that means let companies do whatever they want. No, I'm just saying, like, say your piece, but at the end of the day, man, like, just gravitate towards the things that make you feel good and bring some kind of enjoyment into your life. Because I do get the feeling sometimes that, and maybe this is something everybody goes through who plays games at times. I do get the feeling sometimes that people don't really enjoy video games as much as they think they do. And it becomes more like they enjoy being part of the conversation and engaged in the conversation. And, you know, people have accused me of this, which is understandable. We talk a lot about video games, and I've always admitted I love being involved in the conversation of video games, but I also love video games, you know? And I just think that people should just take a couple steps back at times and just, guys, come on. I get it, man. You know, not everything's perfect. There are a lot of problems, but there's still some things I think we can enjoy here. And we shouldn't lose sight of that either. But I get what you're saying, Top Shotta. Again, I'm not like so against digital games that I would never. I'm gonna buy Alan Wake digitally, and on rare occasion I do buy games digitally. But I'm just I'm just somebody who is trying to support options when they're there. How about Sony just stops making hardware altogether so people have nothing to be outraged about? Oh, man. See, it could be worse. Nah, Sony won't stop making hardware anytime soon. We also have Azurk, a member for 6 months. He says PC peripheral needs internet to work correctly for ages now. Drivers, no one bats an eye. PS5 needs internet to pair disk drive. No. Great stream. I appreciate it, man. Dude, look, man, I don't want to get too cynical about it, and I'm going to move on after I say this piece. This is just the way it goes, dude. I don't know if people are, maybe it takes time for people to see the bigger picture and understand, but this is the way it goes. People are outraged one day, and they're fine the next. And I understand that sometimes we just have to express ourselves. And I think that's something a lot of human beings do. We express ourselves and we get emotional and we say this and we say that. But at the end of the day, your actions say something different. I will always remind people that it's easy to type a comment. It's easy to type a tweet. It's easy to even make a video in some cases, giving your opinion on something. It's easy to do all of that. And so everybody does it, myself included. But at the end of the day, the market speaks. The market speaks for itself. Social media kind of ruins entertainment. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. I won't lie. There is a part of me that does yearn for the days where there was no internet or no social media, and it was just you and maybe a small circle of people you know. Isn't YouTube social media? I guess so, yeah. Yeah, YouTube's part of that, no doubt. But that is why I'm grateful for the community we have here. A lot of like-minded people, people willing to have open minds and different conversations and not just only see things one single way. I mean, everybody has their own different opinions, of course, but generally speaking. So I appreciate it, guys. All right, so there is this topic that I want to talk to you guys about. This is being reported by Shinobi 602. This just came out. This was actually not something I was planning on talking about, well, because it just happened during the stream. But again, Shinobi 602, he tweets out, Sony expects one of their strongest seasons in PlayStation history this holiday for PS5 sales. This is coming from SVP Eric Lempel from Sony Interactive Entertainment. He says this is expected to be bolstered by Spider-Man 2. Make sure first party always has what it needs. Collaboration between first party teams so they have technology resources to tackle development issues. Expanding PlayStation IP to reach a broader audience via film and TV is a core strategy. 1/3 of PlayStation Plus base have already opted for higher price tiers since they were introduced, more than expected. So there's an entire article right up here. And it's paywalled. So I appreciate, I didn't know it was paywalled. I appreciate Shinobi 602 on relaying this information. Apparently this was a paywalled interview by Barons.com that was conducted with Eric Lempel. And so let's just break this down really quick because I think we're learning a couple of pretty interesting things here. Nick, you're saying, do people understand if they didn't make it pair, they'd be breaking the federal law? What do you mean, Nick? Come on. Sony's allowed to break the law. Who cares? If it's for us, the consumer, who cares? I'm kidding, of course. No, I think that is kind of wild, though. That there's I think it just goes to show that like there's more to it. It's not that simple. You're saying you can see the article from Take Him? I don't know why it's not working for me then. $1 per week. Subscribe now. I mean, there's a headline here that says PlayStation long ago figured out the secret to winning the console war, making the best video games. Gasp. All right. So let's just break this down. Sony is saying this is going to be one of their strongest seasons in PlayStation history, and they're saying it's going to be bolstered by Spider-Man 2. I think we can all agree with that. That's obvious. And you're saying it was an edited highlight. Okay. Good to know. Miguel, a member for 4 months, says MBG, Sony may have increased prices on the new models to clear remaining stock of launch PS5s. When it has cleared out, maybe they'll lower the prices. That would certainly be an interesting tactic. It would be an interesting tactic, but I doubt it. I'm pretty sure they raised the price on the digital model just because they want to keep it profitable, man. That would certainly be a welcome thing if they were like, actually, we're going to lower it now. Make sure first-party studios always have what they need. Collaboration between first-party teams so they have technology resources to tackle development issues. So this is actually a really important thing, and I think this is something we've been seeing a lot of this generation, where Sony is making sure that their teams have everything they need, but that they're also collaborating with each other. They're allowing these studios to talk to one another, to share their techniques, to share their secrets, to learn from one another. I think this is one of Sony's greatest strengths here, one of the smartest things they're doing, because it's like, I mean, if you allow that to happen, all your teams are going to benefit, and therefore all of your games are going to benefit. So I really like this. I really like what's being said here. And he says, expanding PlayStation IP to reach a broader audience via TV and film is a core strategy. I think that's kind of obvious. I mean, they've been doing a really good job, I think, with The Last of Us series. Even Twisted Metal was good. Now, the Gran Turismo movie was apparently a success. So, yeah, that I think is fairly obvious. But at the bottom here, and I find this interesting, 1/3 of PlayStation Plus subscriber base have already opted for a higher price tier since they were introduced, more than expected. I want to remind people that Eric Lempel is saying this. Okay, Eric Lempel is saying this after the price increase. I tried to tell people. I did. Like, they're going to be just fine. They know what they're doing. They would not have done, if they thought that doing this price increase would hurt their bottom line and cause a mass exodus from their subscription service, they wouldn't have done it. I'm not saying that justifies it. I'm just saying that's the reality. Somebody has to, be real about it. And that's just the way it is, man. But, I'm curious to see just how well this holiday season goes for Sony, because I'm rooting for them to a degree, right? Like, I want to see them do well. I want to see PlayStation 5 do well. I want to see Spider-Man 2 do well, but I don't want to see them do too well, frankly. As silly as that sounds, I don't want Sony to think that they don't have to do much of anything to succeed. That's my biggest fear with all of this. I don't want them to get complacent. I get that they want to remain profitable. I get that they want to be making all the decisions they can to remain as profitable as they can, but I think 2024 is going to be the year where we find out whether or not Sony truly has become complacent. Because, okay, you want to rely on Spider-Man 2 this holiday season? I don't blame you. I would too. You can, and you should. You got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming in February. There's no rush. But 2024 is the year where we really learn about whether or not Sony is complacent, because after Spider-Man 2, there are no more first-party games that we know of with any release dates or gameplay for that matter. After Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, there is nothing. We're a little ways away. We have time. February is not right around the corner, but it will be here before we know it. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will be here before we know it. But after that, there's nothing. So, place your bets, guys. Slow year incoming. Well, that's why I'm about to say, I want you to place your bets. Is Sony going to have a dry year? Is it going to be a drought for 2024? Or are they going to come out between March and June and have a big blowout and show us a roadmap? What do you think? Nick, you're saying we're getting nothing? Place your bets, guys. Which is it? Think they're coming out swinging? Jeff B says we're going to get some announcements for PlayStation first and third party at the Game Awards. Oh, yeah, true. I keep forgetting about that. The Game Awards are happening. We could get some solid announcements there, which would be great. You're saying not nothing, just 11 live service games. Well, I mean, there are going to be a lot of live service games, but they're definitely not all releasing next year. That's not all they got. Devil Shooter, you're saying nothing but games as a service. I think it's interesting. I'm kind of fascinated right now at how many people really are doubting Sony. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just surprised. I think it's, for me, I do think Sony's going to come out swinging next year. Closer towards like May and June. I think they are. I do. And I don't want to get ahead of myself. I've done that many times. But I'll put it to you this way. When Sony comes out with a show next year, not a state of play, like their next showcase. Whenever they hold another showcase, bare minimum, we need to hear from Bluepoint. Bare minimum, we need to hear from Sucker Punch. Bare minimum, we need to hear from Sony Bend. And there are many others. God, sorry. Drank my coffee too quick. Team Asobi. Santa Monica, new IP. I'm not saying we're going to see all this at the next showcase. But I'm saying a couple of these things have to show up, bare minimum. And until I see these games, I'm not giving up hope. I refuse. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how much hate Sony gets. That's just how, until I see these studios and what they're working on, I'm not going to give up hope because I have no reason to doubt them. I have zero. I'm not talking about Concord. I'm not talking about, Fair Games. I'm not talking about even any of the, I'm not even really talking about the live service games. We'll see those games and we'll see how they end up working out. But Gaming Survivor says, BRB booking my therapy session in advance. Yeah, it's a wise thing to do. Actually says, keep hope alive. It's not hard to, actually. I'll be honest with you, man. It's really not. Especially as I'm playing Spider-Man 2. Like, dude, I'm going to have a whole stream coming up dedicated to talking about Wolverine and my excitement for it because of Spider-Man 2. All right? But that is how I feel. I understand that there are a lot of people that, they want to say, hey, man, come over to Xbox, switch sides, there's still time, blah, blah. And it's like, first off, it's not that serious anymore, man. Like, I'm not opposed to playing on Xbox if there's games over there I want to play. It's not going to be some big dramatic thing. Like, guys, I'm gonna play. I almost said Starfield. I'm not going to play Starfield. I'm going to play Hellblade, and I'm going to talk to you guys about it and let you know what I think of it. That's not. I just don't know if I'm going to play it on an Xbox or not. I'll probably just play it on my PC here. But yeah, that's going to happen. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's not a big deal. The only thing that to me is a big deal is what are their studios working on? That to me is the big deal. Because one of two things is going to happen, guys. It can't go any other way. The day is going to come where we're going to find out what these studios have been working on all this time. And it's either going to let us down and disappoint us beyond belief, where we are sitting here in shock, saying to ourselves, oh my God, this is what we've been waiting for this whole time? Or it's going to go the other way. And we're going to be sitting here in shock about how amazing everything we just saw was and what's coming. You're saying Zubitech on X has the full interview from Eric Lempel? Ooh, interesting. Good on him for that. I might go check that out. I'll go check it really quick. I'm curious. Because it seems like some pretty interesting stuff may have been revealed. Well, he has something here. I don't know if he has the whole thing, but yeah, and that's the thing is like I know people are going to say MBG, you got to keep your expectations low. Look at how disappointing this year's showcase is. I get it, man. I get it. Like next year's showcase from Sony could be disappointing as well, but I'm not going to keep my expectations low. Again, I refuse to do that. Why would I go into Sony's next showcase assuming we're not going to see anything from these studios? Why would we? No, like we didn't see anything from these studios last year and we were outraged and asking what the hell. So yeah, the next year I'm going to go in saying, let's see what you guys have been cooking. I expect it to be pretty good. We're in the dark ages. Again, I'm not convinced. I mean, again, if in order for me to believe that this is like the dark ages for PlayStation, that would mean that all the studios that we expect to hear from are going to produce bad results, or only one or two of them are going to produce like good results, and the rest are going to fail. I refuse to believe that, man. Like I would have to see that happen in front of me in real time. I'm seeing people right now give their reviews on Spider-Man 2, some people anyway, and I see a lot of people acting very disappointed in this game. And obviously, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but I've listened to some of these opinions and I've listened to what they have to say. And it's just like, I don't know what they expected. And it's very strange to me because it's like some of these opinions I've heard from people for Spider-Man 2, it's just difficult for me to imagine that, dude, do you even like superhero games? Like, do you even like Spider-Man at all? Because the things that people are complaining about, it just doesn't add up to me, where it's like, what have you been seeing? What did you play exactly when you played Spider-Man 2018? What about when you played Miles Morales? It's just very confusing to me because I've seen many people make the argument that Spider-Man 2 is just it's more of the same. And it's like, okay, yeah, agreed. It is. So it should be pretty easy for a person to determine whether or not they want more of that or not. But there's just this kind of strange conversation happening around Spider-Man 2. It's not the only conversation, but it is part of it where there are people talking about like it's just disappointing. And I'm just a little bit confused, frankly, as to like what was expected here exactly. Because like if Wolverine came out, like let's say next year, if Wolverine came out and it played exactly like Spider-Man, like it felt like this is just a Spider-Man like a Wolverine skin over Spider-Man or something. Like it just felt too similar. That's when I would say, okay, I think we have a problem here. But this is I don't know, man. I guess sometimes I think maybe people are coming to these conclusions because it's just like maybe they really do just want something new. And right now, Sony isn't bringing out something new. They're bringing out something tried and true. And I think that maybe some people are just coming to the conclusion that maybe they just don't like these types of games anymore. Or maybe their expectations are just not aligned with them anymore. That's my guess, man. Because, I don't know. There's just been a lot of strange... Actually, I am in 100% agreement with you, actually. I am if there's one thing I am fearful of for Wolverine, it's that. Because that has no... I mean, look, I already believe that has no place in Spider-Man. But at the same time, I've always kind of viewed Spider-Man and his character and Miles' character as kind of like, okay, maybe, and I could see why it's easy for them to be like kind of vessels for that type of stuff, but not Shems. Damn, is that what it's going to be called? That's funny, man. They can't. They can't. They will legitimately ruin that game if they attempt to do that, because that has, again, like Spider-Man, New York City, fine. Wolverine, Logan, a character that's based on basically an animal known to be vicious and violent with a dark past. Yeah, no, I don't want to see. I will. That's when you will see me reach a breaking point. I will reach a breaking point. So I'm not going to make any assumptions. I just do want to remind people. I do want to remind people that Brian Horton is the creative director of Wolverine. Okay. And he said on Twitter that this game is going to have a mature tone. So, Brian Horton, I'm going to put my faith in you, man. I'm going to put my faith in you. Do Wolverine justice. Deliver the game that the fans expect and that the fans want. And I'm not saying Spider-Man 2 wasn't that. I'm just saying that Spider-Man 2 had some extra nonsense, or what felt to be nonsense, needlessly injected into it. And again, I can kind of deal with it because it's like, all right, well, whatever. Fine. But I will not tolerate that in a Wolverine game, because that's when you're crossing the line, in my opinion. We're like, there's no room for that, man. Are you sure? But you're saying before you write, MBG, remember in the comics, Wolverine is still a progressive character overall. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't. All right, let me. I'm just going to say this. There are a lot of people who say, I hate politics in video games. And I get it. Ideally, there would be no politics in video games. I don't think anybody's asking for politics in video games. Maybe some people are, but generally it seems like most people don't want politics in video games. However, the reality is there's always going to be politics in video games. As long as there's people making video games, there's going to be politics in video games. My biggest problem is not when developers and people making video games want to express or put their own political beliefs or ideologies into their games. I don't like when they do it and it's one-sided. That shit pisses me off. Where it's very clear that we're just going to show you one side and we're only going to allow that. But the other side is either going to be completely ignored, neglected, or in some cases, just shit on. And it's like, this is the problem. Like, you're turning something that doesn't have to pick one side or the other, or doesn't have to do so very obviously or outwardly, and you're making it do it. You don't have to do that. Like, you can have you can show both sides, because here's the truth that no one wants to hear. The truth that no one wants to hear is that there's good and bad on both sides. Okay? That there are people on both sides that are good people. I'd argue they're what we would call normal people. People who say, I believe in this, and I don't really believe in that. I believe in this, but I don't believe in that. And it's fine. Like, and these are probably just normal, average people that if you were to actually try to have a conversation with them, you'd realize, we actually have a lot in common. We don't share all the same beliefs, but we have a lot in common and we can get along. It's really the people that just want to keep pushing. People just want to keep pushing and pushing, and it makes the other side feel like they're being attacked and like they have to push back. And in a way, you kind of see the same thing happen in video games, right? With platform wars and shit, where it's like, I think at the end of the day, we all have a ton in common. We do. Like, we all have more in common than not. But it just comes down to, the pushing and the back and forth, and it always just comes down to the same thing, man. And it is it is as old. It's been here since the dawn of man. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to get to these super chats. Give me. Let me just finish my my monologue here. It always comes down to pick your side. You got to pick your side, and you got to stand firm on that side. And you can't acknowledge the bad. You can only acknowledge the good. And I just think that gets really old really quick, where it's like, I mean, you can pick your side and you can express why you like that side better and why you think it's better. But I think a big problem arises when people begin to think that there's nothing at all wrong, that it's just perfect and the best, and just our way is the only right way, and that's it. And that it doesn't matter. I mean, that could be applied to almost all things, but it's especially in politics, man. It's just so tiresome. And that is one thing that really disappointed me about Spider-Man 2 is Spider-Man 2 does not hide the fact that, yeah, it's injecting some politics into it, and it's going to make it it's going to hit you right over the head with, we want to let you know which side we stand on, which side is right. So enjoy the game. And it's like, I'm not a fan of that at all, because you're doing so while, like, you're only showing one side. You're only showing one side. Oh, Novinzer, no, bro. Dude, no. You guys are going too far now. I would just quit. I would be done. I would be done. I would be like, I would just quit I'd be like, you know what? I'm done with video games. I'm done. What's my definition of politics? Well, it's complicated because I don't think that there's just a singular definition anymore. I think that it's all multifaceted. Everything is connected with something else, right? And I think that's what makes it so volatile, is that we can't just view these things separately. Like, I understand that there's so much, and I don't want this to turn into a conversation it doesn't need to, but I'll just say this. Everybody focuses on the details, right? Everybody focuses so much on race, on sexual orientation, and all these different things. And I get it. Like, these are all very important things to some people. I just don't understand what's so fucking hard and why it's so fucking hard for people to focus on, are you a good person or not? That's it. No race, no sexual orientation. Like, fuck all that shit. Are you a good person or not? That's all that should fucking matter. What kind of character do you have? Do you have character? That's it, man. Like, I just don't understand why there has to be all of these different things that everybody focuses on, and they fucking hyper fixate on it. Like, this is what's going to define us. Why would you ever want that to define you? Yes, there may be people out there that are trying to use that to define you. Don't let them. Like, don't let them. Just define yourself and go tell other people to do the same thing. And if enough people, I'm telling you, if enough people got together and did this, you'd realize there's just a small but very vocal group of people who don't want to do that. And we would just be able to kind of, you guys go over there. All you people go over there and you fight amongst yourselves. But the rest of us, we just want to live. and we just want to be good people, and we just want to be around other good people. That's it, man. Like it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me because I'll say this last thing, and I'll read these super chats. I know I'm going on. Shem says, "Play good games." I can get behind that one. I'll say this last thing. I think that one of the biggest problems about identity politics and whatnot is people become so focused on the the names and the it just becomes so focused on everything has to be like so inclusive and everything has to be so this and so that they don't, like, people don't seem to realize, like, there are shitty people involved with your group here, right? It's like no different than being like, I'm a PlayStation fan. Like I consider myself, I'm part of the PlayStation community, and I talk to many other people who are part of the PlayStation community. You know what else I know? There are shitty people part of this community. Straight up, like, not good people. And that's obvious. Same goes for the Xbox community. Same goes for the Nintendo community. And it once again just reveals the simple truth that there are good people and there are bad people. And I would say almost everything that determines what makes a good person and a bad person are their actions and their words and how they treat people. Why is that hard for people to get behind? How do you treat people? How do you treat others? How do you treat people that you don't even necessarily agree with entirely? And that's that. I'm just going to move on from that because I'm just one random person here giving my 2 cents. But you know how the old saying goes, it just takes one bad apple to ruin them all. And I hate how true that saying is. I mean, I know that's such a classic old-timey saying, but it if you really think about it, it is crazy how true it is. Titus Crow says you meet good and bad everywhere, but mostly they are just immature or having a bad day. As you get older, you learn to let it slide. I agree with that. Yeah, I do. Mostly, I think that there really are just truly some bad people. I think most people are not actually bad, though. I think you're correct. I think some people, they just got everybody's got something going on. Like, you ever hear saying, like, everybody's fighting a battle that you know nothing about? And I try to keep that in mind. It's hard to keep that in mind with people, but it's true. Everybody's fighting a battle you know nothing about. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm like the most compassionate person. That's just like, I'm going out there and I'm trying to talk to everybody and solve their problems and listen to their problems. I'm not, that I would be lying if I said that. But it's just that I do try to keep in mind that, like, you got to be careful how harshly you're willing to judge somebody for certain things. And that's why sometimes I just kind of look at people all across the internet, all across social media, and the way they behave. And I just am so perplexed because it's like, look, I know that this can't be the only thing. Like, you're a human being. There's probably a lot more to you than just this, but why is this all I'm ever seeing? Right? Like, why is this all there ever is? And I don't know. The answers are not always that simple, unfortunately. I want to say this too. I have to say this since we're on this topic. I have to say this. Sorry, guys. I don't know why my phone's blowing up here. There is one other thing I want to say, and I promise I'm going to move on because I just saw somebody mention it in the chat. And somebody mentioned the Saudi Arabian version of Spider-Man 2 or like the Middle Eastern version. See, this is another thing that needs to be called out, where as much as I'm enjoying Spider-Man 2, there's nothing I hate more than spinelessness, because that to me is just, I don't know, man. If you can't stand by how you feel and your principles, there's something wrong. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, so Sony released basically a different version of Spider-Man 2 in Saudi Arabia, and I don't know if it's just Saudi Arabia or if it's all, the Middle East, and they remove all this stuff. They remove all of the things that are supposed to be so important to talk about and to push to people. They remove it, and it's like, I already lose respect for you when you decide that you're going to put this stuff in to begin with, because I feel like it's totally unnecessary, and you're only showing one side. But I really, truly lose all respect when you decide that, well, we'll just remove it because this, these people over here in this section of the world, they don't like that stuff and they told us to remove it. So we'll just do it to make them happy so we can take their money. Like, you can't even fucking stand by your own principles and say, no, fuck you, we're not doing that, because we believe that's wrong. It's spinelessness, man. And I'm not trying to make a bigger deal out of it than these. Like, again, it doesn't ruin the game for me. It doesn't, because to be honest, most of the stuff I'm speaking about is just side stuff. And I don't think that's necessarily Insomniac's decision. So I don't even know that I'm blaming them. But I think that's Sony's decision, where it's like, we don't agree with you and your principles and your way of life, right? But we'll sell our product to you. Sure. It's just like, okay. I don't know. You're saying it's out of respect? No, it's not. It is not out of respect. It is because of money, man. And that's what bothers me more than anything here, is at the end of the day, the pandering needs to stop, because it's not real, man. It's not. Like, these are businesses, these are corporations. The only thing that's real to them, and the only thing that matters to them is, are you making your profits? Are you making as much money? And if there's anything that gets in the way, they will bend the knee every single time. Every single time. Kendall Fire 22, you're saying, what's the other side you want them to show? Well, without getting, again, I don't want this to go deeper than it has to, because it'll turn into a whole nother thing. But I'll put it to you this way. There are very clearly things in Spider-Man 2 that I don't necessarily have a problem with by themselves, but they are very much aligned, I guess you could say, with a certain political group. And that, I mean, there's like even sections of the game where they're kind of hitting you over the head with it, where they're like, we're anti-gun. And it's like, I don't really even have a problem with, like, whatever, man, like, be anti-gun then. But it's like, so you're going to send this message, and but it's when you look outside of that, what is surrounding that? Like, do I really? Again, I feel like I'm entering territory I don't want to enter, because it's just, there's no winning, and that's the thing. That's why I don't want to do this, because there's no winning. People have picked their sides. But I just think it's all I'm going to say is this, man. You're right, Kendall Fire. Maybe I don't want to see the other side. Yeah, Trump or MBG. I'm just saying I don't want to fucking see either side in my Spider-Man game. That is saying the IP promotes guys with guns. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what? I don't need to see the other side. I don't need to hear Spider-Man's fucking political opinions. That's all I'm saying. Look. Spider-Man, I think, has a reason to be maybe against guns, right? Fine, because of what happened to him. But I'm just saying, like, I don't need it to be in front of my face. Like, I get it, guys. I get it. You don't like guns. You're anti-gun. And I'm not anti-pro. I don't fucking care, man. Like, I'm just trying to play my game. Like, I see this shit fucking everywhere. Like, that's what's driving me nuts more than anything, is you cannot escape it. Like, even when I'm trying to go into a fucking fantasy New York City playing as a goddamn man-spider, I gotta worry about, okay, what kind of political nonsense, potentially, or fucking virtue signaling am I gonna have to run up against? Because of course I am. Because it can't just be simple anymore. Jay Shako, move the fuck on, bro. You're too deep in. I'm sorry, man. I'm venting a little bit here. I'm not trying to necessarily offend anybody who has their own beliefs. Okay? Because that's the thing. I'm not that type of person. I'm not. I can never be that person to just turn to somebody and say, you know what? Fuck your beliefs. And fuck you. Like, I just can't do it. Like, unless it's like truly something vile. I mean, something like truly evil to the core. Maybe then. But generally speaking, all I'm really trying to say right now is there's constant fighting everywhere, man. It is just, I mean, I'm not trying to turn this into something it's not, but fuck it. It probably already did. Look at what just happened last night in the United States, in Maine. Okay? And already, the only thing I fucking see are people fighting one another. I'm right, you're wrong. And it makes me sick. It makes me actually sick. And to just know that this is the type of shit that's starting to bleed into fucking video games now. Superhero video games where I'm playing again as a man spider. This is like, can we just stop? Can we just stop? Can we just focus on making video games fun? You're saying this is a gaming channel? You're right, Jay Shako. You're absolutely right. But let's face it. Spider-Man 2, among other games, and it's not just Spider-Man 2, but among other games, they also have these things that they're putting into their games and it's in movie. God knows it's in movies. It's everywhere. It's fucking everywhere. And it's like, I'm tired of fucking being preached to. I'm legitimately exhausted to where it's just like, I can't take anymore. That's why I'm saying Wolverine's my breaking point. Wolverine is my breaking point where it's like, I do not want to be preached to in any way, shape, or form in this game. I want to play as the Wolverine. I want to fuck some people up. I want to hear about his traumatic past and how he's going to uncover it and hopefully find some kind of inner peace. That's what I fucking want from my Wolverine game. And so help me God. So help me God. If I end up being preached to in that game, I'm just like, you know what? It's over. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry, man. I will admit I did not. That was not on the docket today. This whole conversation was not on the docket, but I think it's relevant because I know some people might think, well, then you must have hated your time playing Spider-Man 2. No. It's just that there were moments of interruption. And at the end of the day, my time with Spider-Man 2, there are many, many things about this game that stand out to me as amazing, awesome things that I'm like, wow, great fucking game. Like, honestly. But I cannot deny that there are just certain parts that I've come across. And other some stuff is totally like most of it is fine, but there's just some things where it's like, okay, I guess this is a part of the game. Then that's fine. Oh God, ish. Oh God. All right. Anyway, Spider-Man 2, great game. Great game. Game devs, please. Just make some good games, you know? All right. Jiggery pokery. Oh my God. Yeah, see, this is headed in directions that I'm not trying to take it into. You're saying you're shocked that they're making Wolverine? Well, like I said, I want to have a whole stream kind of dedicated to talking about Wolverine, but I am too, you know, because that's the thing is like, and this is more of a gameplay thing now and a story thing where getting away from the whole, you know, all the politics and whatnot. In Spider-Man, generally speaking, it's just a completely different tone from what Wolverine is. And these are just two very different characters with very different approaches to how they handle situations. And that's why I do think it is interesting that Insomniac is the one making Wolverine. Because you know, it's almost like I could almost imagine like Naughty Dog easily making a brutal Wolverine game because of what they do with The Last of Us and that universe, right? And it's Insomniac. I don't see it with Insomniac, and I haven't seen it. But there is something I plan to talk to you guys about tomorrow when we talk about we do the spoiler cast for Spider-Man. There is a couple things I do want to mention that maybe I'm seeing it a little bit. Maybe little hint here and there of what's to come. It gives me a lot of hope. It really does, because I don't know, man. I guess Wolverine, I've always felt like I could relate to Wolverine as a character more so than Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man's a really relatable character, and I like Peter Parker. I like Miles Morales. I like their characters. But there are also just certain things about them that I feel like I kind of can't relate to at all for whatever reason. You know, it's just like, okay, and I enjoy it for what it is. Wolverine's character, I don't know. I just always felt like I could relate to his character and some of the story, you know, some of the arcs and some of the different things that, you know, that are there for his character. I felt like I've always related to it a little bit more, and I've always just naturally gravitated towards it more. So it means a lot to me, and I'll put it to you this way. My expectations for Wolverine are immensely higher than they are for Spider-Man 2. That's why I can kind of, you know, Spider-Man 2 is a really great game that is fun as hell to play, and the main story is incredible, and there's just so much going on in it that it's like, yeah, there's a lot to love here. But I cannot deny that my expectations for Wolverine are way higher. Way higher. Igor, you're saying, be careful, MBG. Maybe Wolverine isn't going to be made for you. I know. I'm trying to keep my expectations in check. You're saying Wolverine was always your pick in arcade like Gambit? Excuse me. We'll see, man. We'll see what happens. Masculine roles. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, when I look at the characters that I've always kind of gravitated towards, I won't lie, I've always gravitated towards like very, like, you know, like masculine, like badass roles throughout the years. Like, you know, I mean, obviously Wolverine, but Kratos. I mean, goddamn, like Kratos makes me feel like I'm like geez, this guy, he's as badass as it gets. Joel, I've always liked Joel's character. Snake, you know, so yeah, I've always gravitated, but I feel like, I don't know, I don't think these roles are what would be considered like, yeah, and Arnold, obviously one of my heroes. I don't think these are toxic. I know that there's this whole big thing about like, oh, toxic masculinity, but I don't I think it's more complicated than that, where it's like, yeah, Jin Sakai as well. I think it's more like conflicted characters that I just feel like I can relate to, in to an extent. Um, I am a man, and I won't lie. Like, as a man, I naturally gravitate more so towards you know other men in stories, and I feel like, well, I'm going through things in my life, and if I come across like a fictional character in a story, and there's a more masculine role or character, and they're struggle, and I feel like, oh, you know what, I can relate to those struggles, and I always enjoy playing roles of other characters too, and being able to experience that. But I just think that with certain characters, if you're going to make stories on certain characters, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you have to kind of honor like their origins, essentially, like where they came from, and just who they are as characters. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I still have a lot of hope, though. I do. Yeah, they're gonna make it so Wolverine doesn't smoke cigars anymore. He's gonna be all like thin and wimpy. No, but see, let me ask you. So here's the thing, though. You look at if you watch that CG trailer, right, of um Wolverine, there's nothing about that trailer that communicates to me that this is going to be anything less than a fucking brutal, intense game. Come here. Abby is also a masculine role. I mean, I don't know. Abby's character in The Last of Us Part 2, my only problem with her character, it was easy for me to understand her motives and why she was doing the things she was doing. That part was not a problem. The only thing I didn't like about Abby's character is she just wasn't compelling to me. She just seemed like, I'll put it to you this way. Joel and Ellie, their characters are pretty complicated. Like, they have deep complexities to them. Abby, I don't know, man. I never got the feeling with Abby that there's any, and I don't know, maybe that was intentional, where it's like there isn't necessarily a deep complexity layer to Abby, because maybe that's not what her character's supposed to be. Her character's supposed to be pretty clear cut. She wants revenge. And I guess the deep, complex layer in her story came with her own group, where she came from, where she has to kind of, you know, she has to start walking her own path, and it starts to create like a divide between them. So I guess there's that. Yeah, I mean, I guess there is a layer of complexity there. I don't want to make it sound like she's just totally one note. It's not that simple. And I will say, this is why I am kind of interested in watching the HBO series, because they have a lot of room in the HBO series to really go in all these different directions, and potentially change certain things. But I don't know. I'll never see the reason why I'll never be able, truthfully though, like when it comes down to it, the reason why I'll never be able to get behind Abby as a character is because she represents the undoing of two characters that I love in Joel and Ellie. And I can't help it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just too attached to Joel and Ellie as characters, where it's like, damn, like Joel and Ellie definitely do some wrong. No doubt about it. And maybe even Abby does some wrong as well at times, but I just can't help it, man. I care too much about those characters. So, but that is what it is, you know? Abby worked out with Arnold. You need to love her. Dude, you know what made me upset about The Last of Us Part 2 is there was not a section of that game where you got to do some bench pressing or some exercises as Abby. I think that was a missed opportunity, because there was a whole gym there and everything. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Like a workout mini game or something. Let's go. All right. We're going to move on now. I'm not going to apologize for that whole side quest, because I think that's kind of the nature of these streams, is you never know where we're going to go, which direction we're going to head in. But we are going to move on. I have some super chats I'm going to read, and we're going to move on to the final topics of the stream. So we have, let me see here. We have Miguel saying MBG, or sorry, I read that one already. We have Pragmaticat with a $5 super chat. He says, I don't know, but I think if they show and release already announced games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Silent Hill 2, Death Stranding 2, and Marathon, it would be enough. It would. And that's the thing, man, this is why I find it weird that people keep confusing two things. And we need to separate these things. We need to separate that Sony has games for the platform lined up, like a lot of them. I mean, of course, we don't have the release dates for them, but we will, and very likely quite a few of them are going to come out next year. But people need to not confuse that with Sony lacking a first-party roadmap. Do you see what I'm saying? They're two different things. You can't say Sony doesn't have games. That's objectively false. You can say Sony doesn't have a first-party roadmap. That's objectively true. And so we're kind of in this middle point where they have games, quite a few, that if they were all to disperse next year, they wouldn't. Truthfully speaking, the only first-party game Sony would have to release next year to have a good year is Wolverine, if they also released all of their second and third-party exclusives that year. They would be fine. Like, their second and third-party exclusives could carry them. Now, I don't want that to happen. I certainly want to see a roadmap, and I would expect more than just one first-party game. No doubt about that. But, yeah, something important that I think we do need to establish here. Mario B with a super chat. He says, it wouldn't be the first time Sony came out of left pocket. Nobody saw Wolverine coming. If I remember, they said they had 25 new IP in the works. It wasn't 25 new IP. They said that they had 25 total games in the works for PS5, and half of which were new IP. And that's what's kind of crazy is we've seen some new IP revealed. We've seen Marathon, Fair Games, and we've seen the live service, but there are single player IP as well that we have yet to see. And, it'll be really, I think, fun to see those games revealed whenever they do end up getting revealed. But I appreciate the super chat, Mario. We also have another super chat here from Anonymous Boss, and he says, Yo, MBG, Wolverine launches. When Wolverine launches, the internet will break. I think the first gameplay we see of Wolverine is going to be shock and awe. I do. Like, if it ends up being what I think it's going to be shock and awe. And people are going to be like, oh, shit. I think they are. I think they're going to be, like, very impressed. That's what I think, anyway. We will see. And Anonymous Boss with another super chat here. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, yo, MBG, I'm 100% sure the Wolverine game will do well. There is no way in the universe all those developers and quality control launches a bad game. Plus, imagine if they tease Magneto in the end. Ooh. No, to be clear, I also want to separate a few other things here. That whole conversation we just had about identity politics and whatnot, that's separate from whether or not it will be a good game. I'll tell you right now, Wolverine will be a good game. Insomniac doesn't make bad video games. They just don't. And, these are two separate things. I think that there are just certain things that can be sprinkled throughout a game that are totally unnecessary, that can, in my opinion, get in the way of certain experiences. But no, Wolverine, no doubt, will be a good game. But I just think that there are a couple of things that are going to be needed to make it go from like a good game, a really enjoyable game, to possibly one of the greatest video games I've ever fucking played in my life. Because Wolverine has every opportunity to be one of the greatest video games I ever play in my life. And I got to see, man. I got to see how it all plays out. But we are going to move on to a quick topic here, which is I want to let you guys know that there's a new PlayStation 5 software update out, and I'm just going to tell you what it does. The main features of this system software update: music. In the control center, it's now much easier to use. With its 2-column layout, you can easily browse various categories, playlists, and songs. This is actually really great because I use the music feature a lot on my PS5. And, you know, that is something I've kind of noticed is it's very limited. So I'm glad that they're updating that. Devil Shooter says, MBG, this is what I respect from you. You can separate your woke opinions over being fair. My woke opinions? I appreciate it, man. I think people get very intense with things, and I don't mind. I appreciate the passion that people bring to the table. I just think that sometimes everybody can benefit from just taking a step back and evaluating. Nothing wrong with that, and just maybe trying to be a little bit more open-minded here and there. I try to do that. I do. I really do. It doesn't mean I come to the conclusion that I'm in agreement, but I do try to be open-minded. Some other things with this update: you can avoid unintentionally broadcasting your surroundings while broadcasting games with your PlayStation VR 2. If you say "What's new" via voice command on any screen, you can now check the new PS5 features. Currently, voice command preview is only available in English for players with accounts for PlayStation Network in the US and UK. And they say we've improved the messages and usability on some screens. So it's not a big PlayStation update. It's not a big PlayStation update, but it's an update nonetheless. Anonymous Boss says, MBG, yo, MBG. What do you think if you see Magneto appear in Wolverine? Dude, I don't know. At that point, I'll start to question, are we going to get a full-blown X-Men game? That's what I would think. But Magneto would be an insane villain to face as Wolverine. Yeah, that would be awesome. All right, so we're going to move right along here to the next topic in line. This is being reported by Push Square, and it is talking about Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is already doing an amazing job of keeping people playing on PS5. Trophy statistics don't necessarily tell the whole tale, but they can be a fairly accurate indicator of how much engagement a game is getting from its players. And in the case of Marvel Spider-Man 2, the PS5 title is seemingly doing a fantastic job of keeping people glued to their controllers. As pointed out by Joe Raptor on Twitter, a very impressive 25% of players have beaten the main story, and 6.3% of those fans have stuck around to unlock the Platinum Trophy. That's a really good result for the PS5 exclusive, which isn't even 1 week old at the time of this writing. For the sake of additional context, if we take the reported 2.5 million sales Spider-Man 2 recorded in its first 24 hours, 25% of that figure would, at least on paper, equal 625,000 people. Again, very impressive. And so, yeah, we're going to have to give it more time and see what's going on. But I just thought that this was some pretty interesting data. It's not necessarily surprising to me. It is impressive, but I'm not surprised to find out that people are seeing this game through to the end, that it has a very high completion rate, because that's one of the things that I am loving about Spider-Man 2 is, and again, we'll talk all about this in my next stream, the story is really good, and it's been doing a phenomenal job keeping me hooked and just wanting to see like where this is going, what potential twists and turns are coming my way, and it's been really good in that area. So I'm not at all surprised to see that it has a very high completion rate. But I think it does just speak to the fact that people are not just buying these games and walking away from them. People are buying these games and playing them and completing them. And I know that seems like it would be a given and obvious, but you'd be surprised how many people buy games or how many games get purchased, but they're like never completed. It's actually quite surprising. You're saying the Platinum doesn't take much effort, so I expect it to have a high obtain rate when it's all said and done. It probably will. Yeah, the Platinum Trophy for Spider-Man 2, I expect a high completion percentage or higher. We have Daniel with a $2 super chat. He says, "What Metallica song would you want in Wolverine?" Oh man, there's so many to choose from. What Metallica song? I'd have to really think about this because it would depend on like when they would play that song because so many Metallica songs have so many different themes. And if you're talking about like a big action sequence where he's just like kicking ass, I don't know. I'm trying to be like reasonable with what I'm gonna say because I'm gonna say something. Oh, they'll play Blackened. Like, no, they won't. No, they won't. For Whom the Bell Tolls. I mean, that would be a cool one, but it's For Whom the Bell Tolls. I think is about like World War One. I think I could be wrong about that. The Shortest Claw. Oh, there you go. There you go. Anything from Saint Anger. Yeah, dude. I hate to say it. I know you said that as a joke. You said they should play anything from Saint Anger. The Saint Anger song "Shoot Me Again" would actually fit appropriately. Holy shit. I'm not saying I would pick that. You're saying don't say it. Please don't say it. I'm not saying they should use that. I think Saint Anger's underrated. It's not that fucking bad. I mean, there are parts of it that are definitely cringe and like, okay, what are you guys doing here? But there are some parts that I do like. I can't help it. I feel like Seek and Destroy is a little too upbeat. Seek and Destroy is a little too upbeat. Nemesis says canceling my membership now. Sorry. Master of Puppets. I mean, Master of Puppets would be good, but I mean, that would actually be pretty appropriate when you think about Wolverine's character, how he feels like he's kind of just been used a lot. Four Horsemen, I was thinking that too. Yeah. Ooh, Four Horsemen would be good. Or Jump Into the Fire. Bleeding Me. Bleeding Me is a good song. Very underrated Metallica song. Pantera would be a better fit. Ooh, Pantera would be good, man. Pantera would be good. Cowboys from Hell. I don't know that Cowboys from Hell would fit. I feel like anything heavy, truthfully, would fit as long as you don't focus too much. Domination, yeah. As long as you don't focus too much on the. I don't know. Maybe they could play Floods if there's like a like more of a sad section, calmer section. One would be good. Yeah. Again, I know too much about the lyrics from Metallica and the meanings, and that's why I would have to think really hard. Dude, you're saying Meshuggah. I was just listening to Meshuggah, and oh my god, man. Like they're really, really, really talented, like unbelievably talented, man. Like Meshuggah is so insanely good at their instruments. It just makes you want to quit trying to ever play an instrument because I heard somebody call Meshuggah they're the quantum physics of metal, and they are. It's actually absurd. I don't even know how to headbang sometimes properly to Meshuggah because of some of the time signatures they're going with. It's some of the craziest shit I've ever heard. But man, they are amazing. I've actually, dude, honestly, I said I've been listening to Creed lately, which is so weird when you consider that I've also been listening to Meshuggah. They couldn't be more polar opposites, but I have been, and I've been listening to Meshuggah a little bit more, and they just do I've never gotten deep into Meshuggah and listening to their discography, but I'm starting to explore a little bit more, and they have some fucking heavy, heavy songs, man. And I'm like, how have I not discovered this? And I also want to say, another band I've been listening to a little bit more lately. Oh, this is going to really bother me. Why can't I think of the name? Hold on. I got to tell you guys about this. I meant to tell you guys about this. I don't know why I'm not remembering the name of the band. This happens sometimes. I just forget stuff. I listen to them frequently. I've been listening to a lot of Slipknot. Mudvayne. There we go. Anybody here? Mudvayne? Mudvayne has some really good songs, and I've really been getting into some of their songs lately. I've also been listening to Slipknot, and I know, dude. I've been listening to Slipknot's debut album or their first album. I've been like songs like "Wait and Bleed," "Sick," "Surfacing." I mean, I've really been listening to some of these songs, and I honestly, I forget just how fucking heavy and insane early Slipknot was. I love new Slipknot too. I thought Slipknot's 2019 album was phenomenal. That song, I'm sorry, I'm losing the names of everything here. I've been talking too long. Slow Way Firth. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. From their 2019 album. Holy shit, that song goes hard. Korn. I never got into Korn. Never got into him. You're saying it's a cliche song, but Bodies would be awesome when he's going on a rampage. Oh yeah, that would. Yeah, I would be afraid though that would be too cliche. You know, it's a good song, but I feel like it's. I don't know. Shems is singing Thriller. Stone Sour's first album is great. I listen to Stone Sour a lot as well. I'm trying to look through some of the stuff I've been listening to lately. It's all over the place. I mean, I've still been listening to Sleep Token. I listen to Machine Head. I got a lot of shit here. I mean, look, so here, you guys will find this interesting. These are YouTube Music's quick picks for me, based off of what I listen to. People Equal Shit by Slipknot. In Your Words, Lamb of God. Crossing Over, Five Finger Death Punch. Nutshell, Alice in Chains. Okay, I can't even read the name of this song from Slayer, or my channel will likely get demonetized. Wherever I May Roam, Metallica, Anima, Tool. Like Suicide, Soundgarden, Waste, Seether, Beautiful Morning, Machine Head, Down on the Farm, Guns N' Roses. Releasing the Demons, Godsmack. Ouroboros, Gojira, Determined, Mudvayne, Did My Time, Korn. Break Stuff, Limp Bizkit. Like a Stone, Audio Slave. So, and I got some Red Hot Chili Peppers recommendations here. I'm all over the place, really. So, do I listen to Gojira? Absolutely, yeah. You're saying that's a damn good list? Pink Floyd. I do listen to Pink Floyd. Yeah, they're not on there, but I do listen to Pink Floyd. I love Pink Floyd. I'm not like Pink Floyd's one of those bands where I listen to a lot of their hit songs, and I'm not too familiar with their deeper cuts. Biscuit, ill, gross. I don't know. I don't know why. I guess maybe because I've been listening to Creed, Lamb of God. Absolutely, Lamb of God. I listen to Led Zeppelin all the time. Led Zeppelin, they are constantly playing. Killswitch Engage. I actually do like Killswitch Engage. I liked Killswitch Engage with Howard Jones more than I'm sorry, I forget the name of the original singer, and he came back. But Howard Jones, and I listened to Howard Jones's new band, which I don't even remember the name of it, but Howard Jones is insane. Love that guy. Bullet for My Valentine. I was just listening to them yesterday. I really enjoyed Bullet for My Valentine's last album. It's oh my God, it's driving me nuts that I know I have it right in front of me. I feel like my memory should be better than this. I think it's just because I've been talking too much. They have like that song Shatter and Death by a Thousand Cuts, and Bullet for My Valentine, they might be a little bit, I don't know how people view them. I don't really care, but I imagine they're probably viewed as kind of just very streamlined in a way, but I really enjoyed their last album. I was just listening to that yesterday. Rush is a great band, yeah. I never got super into Rush. But they're not a band that I've ever actively seeked out, but when I've heard them, I've always enjoyed them. And Neil Peart, obviously, legend. System of a Down. System of a Down is another band that comes on frequently, and I just listen to it. MBG always mentions Soundgarden, but never mentions Mother Love Bone. So I'm not too familiar with Mother Love Bone, other than I listened to a couple of their songs a few times, and I liked what I heard. But I find the story of that band interesting, where it's a up and coming band, very talented young guys, and the singer passes away, and I think it was if I'm not mistaken, I think it was drugs. It's always unfortunate. But sorry, I know we just turned this into a whole music conversation, but what about Savage Garden? I've never heard of that. What is Savage Garden? Nine Inch Nails. Nine Inch Nails, again, another band that never really got too deep into. Let me see here. So if I take my playlist and I put it on shuffle, I got some Greta Van Fleet in here. I got some Black Sabbath, Linkin Park, Tool, AC/DC, Trivium, Black Label Society, Alice Cooper. Love Alice Cooper. You know why I love Alice Cooper? My dad was a huge fan of Alice Cooper, and it rubbed off on me. And I'll always associate Alice Cooper with my father. And so I always listen to Alice Cooper. Stone Temple Pilots, fucking love Stone Temple Pilots. Avenged Sevenfold, Chevelle. More Alice in Chains, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Led Zeppelin. There's a lot. I better, dude. I have Deftones in here. Yeah. So, dude, so much Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, some more Godsmack, Aerosmith, Ozzy. Just goes on. Lacuna Coil. My wife really likes Lacuna Coil. She grew up listening to them. She loves them. I think she saw them live too. Well, there you go. There's some music talk. You're saying current bands. Yeah, that's what's weird, man. Is I'm as you can tell, I'm going over this list, and there's really, there are some current bands, but not a whole lot, and I don't know what that means. Like that is rock dead. I is it? I don't want it to be, but classic rock rules. Yeah, I love classic rock, dude. Saying current music doesn't resonate with you. You're saying rock has been dead for so long. It feels like it, man. Nirvana. I do have Nirvana in here. Yeah. Nirvana is one of those bands where I've heard them too much over the years. So I limit how many of their songs I have in my playlist, but I do have them in there. Did I ever listen to Eminem or rap? So there was, when I was younger, a time where I kind of got into rap for a little bit, and I did listen to Eminem. There was a time where I actually really was into Eminem, but it's been a long time. My favorite Zeppelin song, dude, there's so many. There's so many. I like a lot of the classics, obviously. I like Stairway to Heaven. I like Kashmir. I'm trying to think of what's a song that's not really very well known? Dude, when I'm listening to Led Zeppelin, they have some weird ass songs that come on sometimes, where I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like they had this song called Hot Dog. It's just literally called Hot Dog, and I'm listening to it, and I'm like, well, that's a Led Zeppelin song, all right. I got some Boston in there too. The Rain song. Ooh, dude, the Rain song. The Rain song is absolutely Tangerine. Hell yeah, dude. Yes, dude. No Quarter. Did you ever hear Tool's cover of No Quarter? Oh my god, that's like next level shit, dude. No Quarter's incredible. Pink Floyd was goat. You're saying the House is the Holy, the whole album stupid good. I agree. I agree. I mean, I don't think there are like any bad Led Zeppelin songs. There are definitely some that are weaker than others, but what is and what should never be, I think is one. There's this one Zeppelin song. It's one of my favorites. Um, God, it's gonna drive me. I think the lyrics go like, "If I say to you tomorrow." Is that the one I'm thinking of? What is and what should never be? Is that? Am I think? I think I'm bringing up the right song. Led Zeppelin. You know, the funny thing about Led Zeppelin is there's so like I've listened to so many songs from them that it. And I don't know if this has ever happened to you guys, where there's a band with such a large discography, and you just listen to them so frequently, it all bleeds together. It's almost like you just it all just becomes one giant song essentially. Like the band becomes one giant song. Am I in the Kiss? Never really got in the Kiss. No. Achilles' Last Stand. Yeah. All great songs, man. Anthrax is one of your favorite bands. I've listened to Anthrax sometimes. I have them on here. I know I had that song Madhouse. Hello, come on. Scorpions, yeah, classic 80s rock. Yeah, I love music, man. I love rock music. I love classic rock. I love rock and metal. Like, I love rock all from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early aughts, not so much modern. And I love metal from, the 80s with Metallica, a lot of 90s, but a lot of current. Like, I'm more into current metal bands than I am rock bands. Am I into punk rock? I mean, I guess it depends on what you'd have to name some bands. Pantera? Oh, absolutely. Pantera. Yeah, absolutely. I can picture MVG headbanging to Godsmack. Godsmack, there was a time there where I was really into them and I kind of fell off. And no offense to Godsmack, but I kind of got to a point with them where I'm like, all right, I mean, I skip their songs a lot now. I still appreciate Godsmack a lot. I really do. Deftones, yes. Did I ever mosh? No, I never did. I couldn't do it, man. It's just not my thing. I can't even properly headbang anymore. End up pulling a muscle in my neck or some shit. But Dire Straits, the Police, yeah, Periphery. Never heard of them. Periphery. Maybe I have to look into them. Are they modern? You're saying you named your son Alexander James. Alexander is from Alexander the Great from Maiden, and James after Metallica. That's awesome, dude. Nemesis, that's pretty sick. Was I ever into The Cure? Never got into The Cure. I've heard some of their songs. Actually, I'm like, I'm really into Alice in Chains. Like, Alice in Chains they're another band that's always coming on. A song that I've been listening to them lately that I've just listened to over and over again is Damn That River. Alice in Chains is, I mean, they're still, believe it or not, I do like some of the newer Alice in Chains stuff. I know that it's not the same and they have a new singer, but I do have an appreciation for some of their new stuff. But there's no denying that classic Alice in Chains, it just, doesn't really get much better. Eagles, the only song I know from the Eagles is Hotel California. I listen to Jimi Hendrix a little bit, Little Wing, All Along the Watchtower. Bush. I don't have Bush in my playlist, but I've listened to them many times over the years. Magnum Gaming with a $5 super chat says, "Have you ever seen the first gameplay trailer for Arizona Sunshine PSVR 2? It's right up your alley. Comes out December 7th. It's co-op and you get a dog too." I did see that, and I know exactly what you're talking about. I was actually interested in that trailer. I just wasn't really sure what to expect gameplay wise. But you're saying it's co-op. I didn't know that. I'll probably pick that up, man. I don't know if there's a release date for it. I would go back to, I would break out my PSVR 2 for that. Absolutely. MBG, what type of music do you hate? We need to piss off some fanboys. That's a great question. I hate a lot of music. Well, it's not that hate is a strong word, okay? There's not much music that I hate, but there is a lot of music that I just have no desire to listen to at all. Guys, give me 1 second. Sorry, Leia was freaking out. Actually, you're asking if anyone here has seen Alice in Chains with Lane. I saw them when they reformed many times. They were great. That's awesome. I mean, it's awesome just to be able to see them at all. But yeah, I don't know. Has anybody here ever seen an Alice in Chains show with Lane Staley before he passed away? Shems, you're out, man. It's all good. The stream's going to be coming to an end soon. Obviously, we're just talking music here at the end. Am I a Swiftie? Is that what they call Taylor Swift fans? If that's what you're referring to, no. Dude, listen. I won't lie to you. If my ear holes hear music, like modern day music, I just am in pain, man. For a lot of it. Like I avoid it. Like I can't stand it. I know I said there's not a lot of music I hate, but how do I feel about Billie Eilish? I don't know. I don't listen to her music. I don't have a problem. Like, she seems to me like one of the. I don't know too much about her, but she seems like she actually is trying to make good music. I don't know, or like there's like, she cares about the art side of it. I don't know. Oh, Shems, you're not heading out. You're saying I left. That's true. Dude, there's just so much modern shit I hear that when it plays, it literally makes me feel like my ears are gonna fucking bleed. I'm like, this isn't music. I don't know, and I hate to sound like such an old man where I'm like, what are the kids listening to these days? But dude, there's just some music that I'm like, this isn't music. There's no art here. There's no talent here. This is noise. This is noise. Okay? And it's very unsettling. It's very unsettling. Country music, I used to hate country music. And I don't listen to country music, but I don't really, it's just not, I can't get into it, man. I'm not from the South. So, and I'm not saying you have to be from the South to get in the country, but I just feel like a lot of the things they sing about, I just can't relate to. So it's like, to me, I can appreciate the musicianship and the art behind it, and it definitely takes talent, but it's just not my thing, you know? You don't like trucks, freedom in America? No, I do. I don't know that I can rally. I don't know that I can rally behind it in that way. America. It's a truth for me, though, and a reality. I gravitate towards a lot of, like, dark, heavy themed music. And I'm not saying that country doesn't have heavy themes or other genres don't, but I just noticed that in rock and in metal, they're just like the themes that a lot of these bands focus on and sing about. I just can truly relate to, and it speaks to me. And it's not that I don't listen to upbeat music. There are times where I do actually try to listen to some upbeat music at certain times for, to actually, but I find it fascinating that, like, dude, one thing I'll never forget is I've always known about Soundgarden, and I've always appreciated Soundgarden as a band. I've always liked Audio Slave and Chris Cornell, but it really was just about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, when I really discovered Soundgarden. Like, I started going through all of their songs and I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how have I not discovered this previously? And Shems, dude, thank you, man. Shems says, not only am I not leaving, but here's a gifted membership, man. Shems, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the membership gift, buddy. It's been a little while since you got a membership gift, but you're still keeping it going, bro. You brought us up to 21. So really appreciate that. Really appreciate all the support, guys. W's in the chat for Shems.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Incubus is a good band. Yeah, they got some good songs. But dude, when I discovered Soundgarden, I don't know, man. It just that was the last time I discovered a band. And I hate using the word like discover a band because I knew about them, but really got into their band, like into the band and the music they made, where I was like, dude, this is my spirit animal, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I just integrated with it so seamlessly and so well. I was just mind blown. And I still, even today, like even after 2 years straight of just listening to this band and all their songs, and granted, like the earlier Soundgarden stuff, less so. Like Soundgarden has some earlier stuff, but that came before. What's the name of the Super Motorfinger? I think is the album that really skyrocketed them. They have some albums that came out before that. Yeah, Flower. I mean, and they have some really good songs on there too. But it was really, I noticed there was a kind of a transition with Soundgarden where by I think it was either the third or fourth album, they really started to Loud Love. They really started to lean into the kind of more melancholic, just kind of down and fuck, man. Super Unknown. Holy fuck, what an album. Oh my God. Like, dude, you want an experience, listen to Super Unknown from start to finish. I mean, that is a heavy album, bro. And when I say heavy, I'm not even talking about like, like heavy, like headbang. I mean, that's a fucking heavy album. The themes, the things that are, I love it. I absolutely love it, man. But do I like Static X? I've seen like some music videos occasionally of Static X and like came across a song or two, but never really got into them. You like classic rock, Red Hot Chili Peppers? I love Red Hot Chili Peppers, man. They're one of my favorite bands ever. Californication, special song. That's a special song, dude. I don't know what it is. 4th of July equals sludge rock. Dude, it really is. It really is. They were inventing genres at that time, bro. They didn't even know it. I still think MVG needs a Deep Thought Thursday show. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. But Stone Temple Pilots, another phenomenal band. Dude, it makes me yearn. I was a baby at this time, bro. Like, I was born in 1993, and the 90s, when this music was really prevalent, I don't know if maybe my father was listening to it and I was around it, but it feels like, dude, it brings me back, and I don't even know how that's possible. Like, I don't remember what it was like when I was 2 years old. I can barely remember half the names of these songs, but it just evokes this feeling on me or in me where it's like, man, I wish we could get music like this again. And you know, I go back and I watch these concerts and I watch these music videos, time and place, and it's like, fuck, things just seem so much better. They really did. It's such a strange thing. Can you feel nostalgia for something that you weren't really around for? Is that possible? Like I even sometimes feel that way when I look back at the 80s and the even 60s rock and stuff, you know, Rolling Stones, The Who. It's a fascinating feeling. We become jaded with age. Yeah, we do. We do, don't we? The MTV days. Yeah, man. 1-year-old MBG was hyping up the PS1 release. Hell yeah, bro. You're feeling the nostalgia of when you discovered them. Yeah, I guess maybe you're right. Titus Crow says, "I'm not even kidding. Shit was better." I I think it was, man. Like I look back and I just like observe, and and then I look at what's now, and I'm like, I think things were better in many ways. In many ways, man. People crap on them, but Stain's most recent 2 albums are killer. Dude, Stain is good. I listened to their latest album. I like came across it. I was like, oh shit, Stain put out a new album? It was good. I mean, it's kind of like, it's Stained. Absolutely. It's Stained through and through, but it's good, man. And I appreciate a band that's consistent. Like, you know, a band that's very consistent? Seether. I don't know if you guys like Seether. They release a lot of albums, but they have released a lot of albums. And some people I think say, oh, they sound too samey, but I like, man. I like what, you know, them just keeping that consistency. They have a sound. They have a kind of themes that they sing about and they write music about, and they stick to that. And I have no problem with that. Saying music is one portal into history. If you come from that time period, it means a lot more to you than others. I mean, I only imagine. I'm trying to imagine when I'm in my 50s, 60s, and if I make it to my 70s, if I even make it to my 50s and 60s, which I hope I do, how I'll feel about some of the like metal bands, like modern metal bands that I listen to today. Poets of the Fall is your favorite band? I never heard of them. Poets of the Fall. Guar. Guar. Oh my God. What a strange band. Guar. Yeah, Van Halen, David Lee Roth. Alien Ant Farm. Dude, the only song I know from Alien Ant Farm is their cover of that Michael Jackson song. Was it Annie, Are You Okay? Is that what the song's called? Judas Priest. Never got too heavy into Judas Priest. Rise Against good is good, yeah. Haven't listened to them in a while, though. Rage Against the Machine. Hell yeah. You're saying they sold out. I mean, Rage Against the Machine is ironic because it's like we're raging against the machine, but we're definitely collecting our checks, you know? Like we're looking to make some money too. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, okay. MBG always hits skip on Blink 182. It's not even that I hit skip, it's just they don't turn up, man. They don't turn up. I have nothing against them. So what are we talking about? Just talking about music, man. I was going to end the stream like a half hour ago, but I'm like, you know what? We'll just have like an extra section of the stream here where we just talk music. I like talking about music. So I have an electric drum kit, and I think I bought it back in 2018, and it's really, I think, on its last legs. I'm really thinking about when this thing completely breaks, just buying another acoustic drum kit. The only reason, there's a couple reasons I was thinking about not doing so. One reason is because, well, the sound. I mean, I have an amplifier and headphones that are connected to the electric drums. You can control the sound. But also, you can play along to songs pretty easily by connecting it to the drum module. If you go with an acoustic kit, I'm going to be giving that up, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about it. You're saying Machine Head's album, The Blackening, is one of the best metal albums in a long time. It is really good. Yeah. Even, dude, Machine Head's newest album's pretty good, too. She's got your son an acoustic Fender guitar. That's awesome. Maybe she's going to start a band, the MBGers. Audition starts soon. Yeah, we sing about PlayStation, guys. That's what we do. Respect/love for double pedals. Yeah, I've been working on my double bass. I don't know. I've always been okay with double bass. I'm not like a pro by any means. You know, like if I'm like trying to drum along to Slipknot or something, like there are definitely sections where I'm like I'm good, but I'm not that good. Offspring. Offspring to me is one of those bands that I've heard on the radio a lot and never really had a problem with them, you know? You're saying Poets of the Fall have a song on Alan Wake 2 in Control? Do they? I feel like that's really random, but also very interesting. Celine Dion? No, I don't listen to Celine Dion. Don't have any problems with her, but I should join a band. Doesn't matter if you make it. Being in a band is a thing every young guy should do. What's the most memorable song in a game? Oh, that's easy. For me, anyway. The most memorable song in a video game ever for me is the ending of Metal Gear. Ironically enough, we've come full circle here with that question. We've come full circle. Is the end credit song for Snake Eater. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Ways to Fall. Or Way to Fall. Oh, man. Dude, I was not ready for that when I beat that game. I was like, dude, I felt like Big Boss in that moment. I was like, I feel what Big Boss feels in that moment. That fucking dude, Kojima knew what he was doing, man. He was fucking cooking with fire. He was cooking with fire when he put that song at the end credits. You're saying The Last of Us got me into Pearl Jam, Future Days. Good shit. History will never know what she did. Yeah, man. But that is hands down, like just without even thinking about it, that is the song that when it comes to, you know, music used in a video game. Of course, they're like original video game tracks, and you know the Metal Gear Solid themes. All of those original themes are incredible. But that, oh man, that was like a Kojima cooked, bro. Kojima cooked, man. He really did. He cooked. You know, it's going to be, I'm assuming they're going to keep that the same. And I can't wait for this remake to come out because I want to know how people who are playing it for the first time, how they feel about it. That's a lot of these remakes that I play, not a lot of them, but some of them I play and I've never played the originals. But Metal Gear Solid 3 is definitely one of those games where I've played the original multiple times. And I can't wait to see how this remake holds up. Yeah, the ladder climbing sequence. They definitely wouldn't take that out. You know somebody, dude, you know somebody in the development team asked the question during a meeting. We're like, should we shorten the ladder climbing section? And somebody looked at him like, it's a joke, right? Yeah, you're asking me about the poll. So we have 722 votes on the poll. I asked the question, did you like the first MGS Delta gameplay trailer? 74% said yes. 26% said no. So it's about a 75-25 split there. Well, we are at like the 3 hour and 50-minute mark, guys. And I'll be honest with you, I did not mean for the stream to be this long today. I really didn't. Press X podcast was not supposed to be this long today. But I had fun talking to you guys about music and some other stuff. I mean, talk gaming, of course, but you know what? I can't move on just yet. I can't end it just yet because there's actually one last thing I forgot to talk to you guys about. And it's not something I'm going to spend a lot of time on, but I just wanted to quickly mention Alan Wake 2's reviews. The reviews for Alan Wake 2 have come out, and I'm looking here, 36 critic reviews. It's sitting at an 88 on Metacritic with, let me see, it's got 33 positive reviews and 1 mixed review. Where's the mixed review coming from? Metro Game Central gave it a 6 out of 10. Game Informer gave it a 78, which is weird. Like, why not just give it an 8? But a 6 out of 10 is the lowest. And it's coming from I don't know who Metro is. But it seems like we have another Game of the Year contender. I'm very excited, man. I'm very excited for Alan Wake 2. Looks really good. I got to watch the Digital Foundry video on it. Jeff B. Gaming, you're saying I really see Starfield not being in the nominations for Game of the Year. Well, I don't. We'll have to see. I will say though, it's a tough year. It is. There's no denying that there's so many high caliber games that. I mean, this is one of those rare years where if you get nominated for Game of the Year, that's a big win in and of itself, because there's such stiff competition. So we'll see, man. It'll be something we definitely talk about once it's announced. And there's that gnat. Tetris Field. I've never heard that one yet. Tetris Field. I mean, yeah, Final Fantasy 16, I think, is going to be up for Game of the Year. There might be 2 PS5 exclusives up for Game of the Year in Final Fantasy 16 and Spider-Man 2, which would be impressive. So, I'm actually pretty confident both of those games will be up there. It would be surprising if they weren't. Zelda's going to be up there. Maybe now Mario might be up there. I mean, what else? Sheesh. Baldur's Gate 3, of course. Oh, man. It's a lot. Nat wants revenge for me eating it. Well, I think that's where we end the stream. Well, guys, I will say it's up to you. We got about 2 or 3 minutes here before the stream closes out. We're sitting at 21 members. It's up to you if you want to get us to the halfway point at 25. But either way, we got 21 members gifted today and some good super chats. And with that, I want to give you guys a big thank you. I really appreciate the continued support. As I said, going forward, I am changing things up a little bit in terms of the streaming schedule. Not dramatically, but a little bit. As I said, going forward, the streams are going to be a podcast now. It's Press X Podcast. That's what it's going to be called going forward. But, we're going to have the same kind of flow that we have here. There's going to be different topics, a lot of different things going on at any given time during a stream. So I'm also going to be changing up how much I stream as well. Hopefully something that people will get behind, where they'll be happy about it. And we have Domingo813. I appreciate that, bud. Domingo comes in and he says he's going to drop a membership gift as well. So that brings us to 22. I appreciate that, dude.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff there, Domingo. W's in chat for Domingo. What's the difference from the podcast and the stream? You know what it is? It's that I want to. I feel like people like the Press X podcast name, but I think it'll be good to just have a name for the stream, for the show. It'll be a show basically, you know. And I think it'll be easier to kind of like get it out there, get people to hopefully rally behind it. But I'm looking to stream more frequently. So for those of you who like the streams, be on the lookout. I'm going to be streaming more frequently, and I'm looking forward to it. I love doing the streams, man. I do. I hope you guys enjoy them as well. So I want to ask you guys really quick before I bring the stream to an end. For anybody who was watching this, well, first off, if you watched this entire stream, thank you. You're incredible. I want some feedback really quick before I end. How do you feel about the flow of the stream today in terms of the topics and the discussions? Just give me your thoughts on how you think it went. Just curious. Nemesis, you're saying you think it went well? It's the usual. Nick, you say you think it runs smooth. Pragmatic Cat, you're saying not much gaming talk. Okay. Maybe you're right about that. You really like the ending of it? Actually liked it. Devil Shooter says, MBG, you're getting better at staying on topic. By the way, Devil Shooter, I sent you a email, by the way, man. You might want to check that. Oh, and I also forgot to mention, I did put out a poll for my members about members-only content. I'm looking for some data and some feedback there. So if you didn't check out that poll in the community section, it's for members, go check that out. Yeah, I'm just looking for a little bit of feedback because I don't know. It's funny because I feel like I go into my streams sometimes thinking I'm gonna have like a certain trajectory with the topics, how long I'm gonna spend talking on each topic, and I do find that even when I go in with that kind of on rails mentality, I end up going in many different directions. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just, I'm always just kind of curious what the audience thinks of it. But MGS3 Delta Stream soundbite? Maybe. Game Station, you're saying it's your first time here and it's fantastic. Well, I'm really glad to hear that, man. Definitely glad to hear that. We have Domingo813 with a $5 super chat at the end here. He says, I would think it'd be cool to get some of your members on your members only stream to give their opinions, bring something new to the channel and a perk. That's a tough one, man. I won't lie to you, Domingo. And it's absolutely no offense to any of my channel members. It's a very, you're talking like call-ins. I'm just, dude, the thing is, I think what Sacred Symbols, I think they do call-in shows occasionally. But the thing is, I'm just one person, man. And I don't have like a crew or anybody helping me manage anything. And I won't lie to you, dude, there are times where I feel like I'm struggling to keep even this on the fucking rails and not going into, even with myself. So it's not a bad idea, in and of itself. And that's why I try my best to interact with the chat as much as I can, especially like members, and people who I know are very vocal and not vocal in the sense that they're here for the community and they show a lot of support. I try to give them as much of a voice here on the channel as I can. I cannot promise, Domingo, that anything like that would happen, but I have to think about a couple things, I have to I have to think about a couple things on what we can do in the future. You're saying it's a thing. Super chats can derail a schedule, but they keep the lights on. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man, is like I've been streaming for a while now, and I've streamed under many different circumstances, and it's such a weird thing sometimes because there are times where there's like so many super chats that I'm not like I know that there are people out there where they get like they get some, like a AI voice or whatever to like read the super chats. I could never do that. And it's no offense to anybody who does that. I just couldn't do that. It feels not right to me. Like I feel like if you're paying money to super chat me, I should at least read your super chat. It's the least I could do, you know. But it's just funny sometimes because there are times where there are like certain streams where there's so many super chats, like just boom, 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 boom. Then I'm like, okay, I gotta say what I gotta say about the topic, but I don't want to. And the worst thing that happens at times is I fall so behind on super chats that I move past the topic, and then I go back to a super chat, and I realize that super chat was about that topic that I moved on from like 10 minutes ago. So it like brings us back. So I'm still, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm still learning to balance everything out. And it's not terrible. It's a good problem. Like the support is so appreciated. It really is. Like, and I mean this honestly. Like, I know I say it a lot, but if it wasn't for the support of this community directly, like you guys know, I'm not doing ad rolls, I'm not doing sponsorships. The people who are super chatting on this channel and the people who are gifting memberships, they are the sponsors. Like they are the reason I'm able to produce content. So yeah, it's definitely a good problem to have. But anyway, with that being said, guys, we're over the 4-hour mark. I'm definitely going to bring it to an end here. Big shout out to this community. Thank you to all my members. Anybody who gifts memberships, anybody who donates super chats, you guys are the real MVPs, and I can't thank you enough. Look forward to more streams. You know, look forward to future content that's coming. I'm looking forward to it. And I also want to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. He does a great job. So if you see him in the comments and you see him, you know, doing that for the community, give him a thank you. I know it means a lot to him. And yeah, so I hope you did enjoy this episode of Press X Podcast. We're going to have more on the way, and we'll see what other topics we have to discuss. 8-hour podcast? Yeah, no 8-hour podcast. Not yet. I think the longest I ever went on a stream was like 6 hours, which was insane. At least for me. But yeah, all right, guys. I'm going to go probably play more Spider-Man. I'm going to go eat. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And I will have a stream coming tomorrow. And tomorrow's stream is going to be a Spider-Man 2 spoiler cast because I really want to dive deeper into this game and everything that happens in it. Okay, so I hope to see you there. And that's it. Until next time, guys. Take care.